and the literary, the methods and motives of translation. So, to set the events rolling and without taking much time, I request our professor in charge, Dr. Muhammad Riaz, to deliver the welcome address. Riaz sir, please.
Thank you, Doctor. Good morning to everybody present here today. Academicians, literature lovers from all over the country, and our very, very special speaker for today, Mr. Hisham M. Nazir from Bangladesh. As the head of the institution, it is my extreme pride, privilege, and honor to welcome Mr. Hisham M. Nazir, who is a scholar of international repute and a translator admired and loved all over the world. His presence today in 3 days international web conference among us is a matter of immense pride, not only for the Department of English, but also Karim City College, for India and globe as a whole. His sharing of knowledge and wisdom with participants in 3-day international web conference is highly fortunate on our part and shall help it to inspire them a lot in the journey as a scholar and academic. I am grateful to Dr. S.M. Yahya Ibrahim, head of the Department of English, and his team for inviting Mr. Hisham M. Nazir among us and giving us an opportunity to listen to his valuable discourse. I extend my deep wishes to the department, participants, a dynamic learning session ahead. Thank you very much to all.
Thank you, Riaz sir. Although Nazir sir needs no introduction, but for the benefit of our young students, I would now request Dr. Neha Tiwari, Department of English, to give a brief introduction of Nazir sir. Over to Neha ma'am, please.
Thank you, Dasir. We are very much delighted and honored to have you here right from Bangladesh, Hisham Muhammad Nazir sir. Hisham Muhammad Nazir is an assistant professor of English at Warendra University, Bangladesh. He is an award-winning poet, an essayist, a columnist, a translator, a certified leadership trainer by New York University, and NORC at the University of Chicago. His poems and short stories have been published worldwide and in so many reputed journals like Dos Pesos from Oxford University, Arts and Images, University of Southern Maine, and Sprint, Indiana University Northwest. And his book, Uncommon Sense, collection of research and some 75 essays and musings have been accepted by publication by Rubric Publishing India. And his collection of poetry, Imaginarium, has been accepted for the publication by Winters Inc., Bangladesh. Currently, he is working on the concept of political literary criticism for his PhD, and he has also worked as the co-editor for 3 literary magazines, one from India and 2 others from Bangladesh. Hisham is also an amateur photographer and curates exhibitions in his university. He loves to work with students, and all his intellectual endeavors are targeted towards the benefit of the students. He's also very much fond of technologies and motorcycles, and I believe it bound to be because he is the youngest
yes.
speakers. So we welcome you, Hisham. And,
thank you.
So, and you take over this stage now.
All right. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Virtual stage.
A very good morning.
Thank you. Thank you, Neha ma'am. Now, may I request our guest speaker, Hisham M. Nazir sir, to deliver his valuable lecture and enrich us with his insightful deliberations. Neha sir,
right.
Nazir sir, please.
Thank you. Again, very good morning to everyone. And this is really a golden, or should I use some other word for that? That Yahya sir invited me to say something in front of all of you, and alongside giants, scholars, and professors like Anisu sir. I can see him right now. And what Ashok sir was saying, that what I will be saying or what we are doing here will enrich the youngsters, the young students. And I think it will enrich me as well because I am young at the same time. So this is actually a young man talking to other young men, a young person to talking other young person. Um, and that is why I will keep my paper that I will present easier. I will not tap into issues that are very much complicated, or I will not be discussing theories in details, but I will refer to some of them definitely. And having said that, like I said, like Neha ma'am introduced me that I love to work with my students. So this speech is for my students and for all students. Okay. So after that, I would like to say um, that I'm going to present a paper, but it is more like presenting a screen because, COVID situation, I can't go outside and print the paper. And so I have to read it out from the mobile screen. So this is how I start. And I guess I have how many minutes? 20 to 30?
Yes, Ishan, you
How?
have a lot of minutes. We
Oh, all
will be
right. Okay.
finishing 1 hour. We have 1 hour.
Oh, all right. Thank you. That will be great. So with everyone's permission, I would like to start. So the title of my paper is Rewriting the Language and the Literary, the Methods and Motives of Translation. I actually deliberately avoided the phrase poetics and politics of translation because that has been used and abused a lot of time. So I just tried to keep it simple, methods and motives behind translation or of translation. So the very word translation gives the impression of another word, and we all know that, and that is transformation. At the very basic level, translation can be merely a means to transfer ideas from one text, from one place to another, ideas found either meaningful or marketable. Because we are talking academicians, we are talking professors, teachers, but there is a world outside our classes, our classrooms, where books are written, where books are translated and sold on a regular basis, and the industry is huge. So it is either to transfer ideas found either meaningful or marketable through the transformation of language. But there's a problem with the word. Transformation can mean a complete metamorphosis of something where even the trace of a Gregor Samsa will be completely absent. Transformation can sing, and I'm quoting Eliot here from his Westland. Transformation can sing Jug Jug to dirty ears. That episode of Tiriu, completely transformed, no trace of the original person or even to the cleaner ones. Transformation can sing Jug Jug to dirty ears or even to the cleaner ones. Because the art of translation varies from one translator to another, probably for the reason that it is in fact a form of art that is intense but unsystematic. Steiner used this phrase that it is a form of art that is intense but at the same time unsystematic. The question, what is translation, therefore, cannot be scientifically answered except by extrapolation or by theorizing personal practice. What I practice is what I theorize. That is a common practice here. But there are some who believe, either directly or indirectly, that there is a science of translation. They give so many modules, so many modes, how to translate, like, for example, Dryden's model and so many others. But although I'm not saying, I'm not suggesting that they're unnecessary, though. Um, but there are some who believe, either directly or indirectly, that there is a science of translation. a method to be followed that will help one to translate effectively. But probably by now, everyone is aware that translation is not only limited to the transformation of language. Everyone knows that. It is not only a skill that an interpreter needs to master in order to make his client understandable. It is something more, something that requires a hermeneutic motion, something much more political. Translation, and I mean good translation to be specific, is the swift transference of a culture or an ideology that generally enjoys reception without challenges. And this is where I'm afraid, because general people usually do not challenge translated works. They have no means to challenge the translated works because they have not read the original, they have simply read the translated one. So what I'm saying is that translation is the swift transference of a culture or an ideology that generally enjoys reception without challenges, because other than academics or translation experts, common people usually pick up a translated work because they do not understand the language of the original text. In most cases, they are completely at the mercy of the translator. And that is a risky thing if we agree that ideas can create ideals that ultimately affect the world as we know it. Whatever the method, the motives behind the act of translating a text should also be taken into serious consideration. It is from Orwell we come to know that language can be political. And that is exactly why we cannot take translation lightly. And our conference is the proof of that. We are talking about translation for 3 days, and we are listening to scholars about translations. And this is really nice, this symposium. This is really needed. Minds should gather together to look at things, to probe things. All right. And that is exactly why we cannot take translation lightly, because not only does it deal with language, but also it deals with a text the translator felt an urge to translate. Why? And embark into a painstaking journey of transforming each and every word, phrase, sentence, sentiment into something that a community can communicate with. Today, translation is a $34 billion industry. It's a huge number. Money with a method is always accompanied by a motive. Therefore, why do we translate is equally a very important question. But before moving to that issue in this limited time, I would like to discuss the popular methods of translation and, if possible, share my personal views. Keeping aside all the theoretical problems, the very first question I would like to ask, hoping no answer though, why do we pick up a translated literary work? The sole reason behind picking up a novel or a book of poetry from a shelf that showcases a collection of books on different subjects is to extract a kind of pleasure that only and only literature can offer. When someone decides to read a translated literary piece, that someone too desires to experience the pleasure, the ecstasy induced by something other than the information found in a book and the language that conveys them. What happens if, as translators, we lose the enjoyable yet almost incomprehensible literary flavor that readers seek in a literature work? With the literariness gone completely, what remains there to enjoy for a community that has its own preferences, expectations, and a world of words that stimulate their unique ethnic sensibility? Being deeply rooted in the concerns of social linguistics, translation therefore is ethnocentric. That is, a translator has to tune the text in such a fashion that the target readers find it enjoyable. Otherwise, a translated book that merely metaphrases, I'm using the term used by Dryden, metaphrases, the source text is called a dictionary that may not pleasure everyone. If I just translate word by word, that will become a very extended dictionary, a different kind of dictionary. In order to avoid making my translation an indigestible food for the stomach of my people, I need to prepare a French toast, not so much in the French way. In my opinion, a piece of literature written in a foreign language is a product of that foreign soil. The rain there soaks it, the sun there dries it, and the language then wraps it. The language that is a product of a more complex entity of that culture, that is the writer himself. Just as Trilling, and I'm talking about Lionel Trilling here, just as Trilling suggests while discussing Dr. Jones's analysis of Shakespeare's Hamlet, that as one of the multiple ways of approaching a piece of literature, one should probe into the mind of the writer, peek into the mind of the writer in order to understand the writer's intention that would ultimately shed light to the true meaning of the text. Sometimes we say also that intention is the meaning. Even in dream analysis, Freud said that we have to understand the intention, why we're seeing the dream. That intention will give us the meaning of the dream, or even in this case, the text or translation, who knows. That would intention that would ultimately shed light to the true meaning of the text. The translator too should have a spatial bond with the original author, a bond that compels him not just to read the author's books, but also the man, the mind, and the culture behind them. As Susan Basnet puts it, in the same way that the surgeon, and I like this quote very much, in the same way that the surgeon operating on the hurt cannot neglect the body that surrounds it, so the translator treats the text in isolation from the culture at his own peril. At his own risk, he does that. It is definitely better first to have an understanding of the foreign culture, to understand the special meaning people associate with some of the words there. For example, what we say here in Bangladesh, or I think in India also, we call our friends Mamu. Now, if that is translated as mother's brother, that will lose the fun of the word. So certain words, certain slangs, to be specific, have very certain meaning to the people of that ethnic group. And to read multiple works of an author before attempting to translate one of his works, because the perusal then gives the translator the opportunity, the unique opportunity, I would like to add, to witness the intellectual world of that author and his thought processes that bring a book into being. The task of a translator then begins not with the actual task of translating, but with his study that seeks the creative core. Anton Popovic also called it differently. He named it invariant core, the untranslatable essence of the author's mind that bears the literary identity of his genius, and which must remain unadulterated in any form, in any language. Therefore, a translator surrendering completely to the original author, hoping for a complete importation of the mind, is neither necessary nor desirable, because it is not the author that the translator needs to please, but the readers for whom the translation is done in the first place. Schleimacher's Übersetzer, one who translates even when not commissioned, puts the readers first and then anything or anyone else. To do that, he has to be a man deeply involved in his own culture and the contemporary literary trends of his own country. This is where I think I start to sound like Eliot. Otherwise, he would not know what excites the readers. And if he fails to fathom the very specific but collective literary preference of the readers of his country, he is sure to fail to introduce the foreign author through the translated work. Nevertheless, it will still be a publication, but nothing more than that. Keeping the creative core, the untranslatable essence intact, the expressions have to be transcreated. This is what I believe. This is my personal belief. I'm not a translation expert, but this is just my belief that keeping the creative core, the untranslatable essence intact, the expressions have to be transcreated with more emphasis on the sentiments than the sentences. Of course, this does not mean that I am somehow advocating Dryden's imitation as the best method for translation, or when Cowley says, in connection to his translation of the Pindaric Odes, that he has taken, left out, and added what he pleases. I'm not suggesting that. I'm not advocating that. I'm not talking about adaptation. Although this reminds me of a movie, I'm not sure it is whether that can be considered as literary. I think movie scripts are literary to some extent. This reminds me of the movie Hyder. I don't know whether you have seen it or not. This is an adaptation from Shakespeare's Hamlet, and I think this is the best adaptation. Bradman Bradman's adaptation is sometimes called the best in the world, but after watching Hyder, the cultural translation and everything, and the interpretation that the director and the scriptwriter brought to the movie is really awesome, really outstanding. I felt like I was reading Shakespeare, but in Hindi. And also, I sorry to digress a bit. There's a word there in the movie, chutzpah. There's a certain meaning of that word. Right now, I have forgotten it, but the word is important because the sound echoes a different sound, different word. That is very common in India. So what I'm trying to say is that the translation, the cultural translation into something else, still it can make something look like or read like original. Really, I personally, I never, while I was watching the movie, I never felt that I'm watching a movie in Hindi. I felt like I'm reading Shakespeare's Hamlet. And the interpretation that the movie director gives at last, that maybe his uncle has not, after all, murdered his father, that is a nice touch. So what I was saying is that I'm not advocating Dryden's imitation, or I'm supporting Cowley. I'm merely suggesting to give the readers what they want and how they want it, but albeit not after any democratic assessment, but through an awareness of the collective now that can only be achieved by extensive study of the best works in the native language of the translator. Tastes change, so will theory, and with it, the practice. Dryden himself later preferred a point between metaphrase and paraphrase for translation. I do not see why we cannot adjust our preference as well to the common reader of the now. I do not see why we cannot be a translator with the skill of an entrepreneur, what Schleiermacher says, Dolmetscher, who understands his market. Although literary translation has a strong academic base, but let me tell you what you already know. There is a huge market of translation outside our classrooms, and the translators there, they're not anointed by our academic theories. They go for the easy method of translation, and that is almost devoid of any artistic sense. Partly because that is what most of the readers want. They want to read something easy, or they want to finish something easily in a shortest possible time. With our sophistry and their strategy, I am confident that we can do better. We can even do better than Charles Hubert Sisson. I'm sorry to bring some names here, but this is just my personal opinion. We can even do better than Charles Hubert Sisson, popularly known as C.H. Sisson, translator of the Divine Comedy of the Oxford edition, who ruined the effect Henry Francis Carey's translation of Dante's Inferno had on me. Really, I did my master's thesis on Eliot and Dante, and Sisson's translation really ruined the effect that Carey's translation had on me when I first read that part. All hope abandon, ye who enter here, became no room for hope when you enter this place. All music is lost. Even Mandelbaum's translation is slightly better. Abandon every hope who enter here. In Sisson's translation, the music is totally lost. I found no Dante in his translation. And when I read Carey's Inferno, I never thought I was reading a translation. This has also happened when we studied in our universities, Iliad or Aeneid or all those Greek classics. We never thought that we are reading translations. But when our people translate something from English or in any other language, why does it feel like It's sloppy, it's clumsy, and they're trying so hard to translate word by word, that carbon translation. I don't know why this happens. Maybe one thing that I have missed here in my paper, I have not mentioned it, but I think that Western mind, the European mind corresponds, or not European, the British mind corresponds with the Greek mind because of that whole Western thing going on. And maybe translating that whole Western mind into Eastern language is a bit difficult for us, I think. Anyway, Venuti, while discussing invisibility of the translator, says, I'm quoting here, a translated text, whether prose or poetry, fiction or non-fiction, is judged acceptable by most publishers, reviewers, and readers when it reads fluently, when the absence of any linguistic or stylistic peculiarities makes it seem transparent, giving the appearance that it reflects the foreign writer's personality or intention or the essential meaning of the foreign text. The appearance, in other words, that the translation is not in fact a translation but the original. This is what I, as a reader of translated works, seek in a translation. Taking the taste of competent readers into consideration, therefore, is something translators must never forget to do. With all the prerequisites met before the actual task of translating a text, translation is not just a process of introducing a writer to the target readers, but also it may attempt to take the reader to the writer. So we can do two things. We can bring the writer to the reader, or we can take the reader to the uh, writer. This is actually what Schleiermacher says. Schleiermacher advises that translators must leave the writer alone as much as possible and move the reader toward the writer. So this is a motion. That is a very specific and very solid thing to say by Schleiermacher, that he advises us to move the reader toward the writer. And the reader will move toward the writer only when they will be served what they love to consume. A lot of things happen behind the production of a cultural artifact, and translation is undoubtedly a cultural artifact. And Edward Said's Orientalism is there to make us aware of what the subtle politics of representation can do to damage an identity. There can be many agendas behind translation as action, what Edward Said wrote, writing as action. And the basic of them all is to create a bait, either for a beautiful cause or one that is steeped in propaganda. Probably that is one of the reasons why one cannot just translate documents, mostly historical or political, that are considered national treasures without being commissioned by a government authority. There is the risk of distortion. There is the risk of distortion, and also, funnily enough, there can be the risk of authenticity that is not always desired to be represented globally. What all these ideas suggest is that there is no way a translator can simply translate a text and publish it, making it a property for the public. When someone translates a literary text, it is not just words one translates, but also ideologies, sentiments, histories, personal beliefs that require competent consideration to be transmuted into something that not only does not distort them, but also make them easily accessible and understandable for a community of readers for whom the cultural adjustment of expression is a must. The translator should not omit or add as he pleases, like Cowley, but must master a skill that can tune the text for cultural adjustment, that is literary taste, without losing or distorting the unique identity of the source text in the process of translation. Like what we say, that much is lost in translation, but much can be gained in translation as well. That is what I'm merely suggesting here. Right now, I would like to discuss slightly a novel, a very popular novel, a very famous novel by Conrad, Heart of Darkness. That novel is problematic, or at least Chinua Achebe has made it problematic. We can take the problem of translating Conrad's Heart of Darkness as a point of discussion. How do you translate a work that perhaps was conceived in Polish in Conrad's mind and then translated into English for the English readers to read? At first read, the novel is undoubtedly outstanding, and I personally fell in love with Conrad when I first read it, and I think I finished it in 3 days. I People can finish it in quicker than me, but I was in love with the words, the way Conrad writes, the way he expresses, and uh, he learned English, I guess, when he was 17 or something like that. When he was moving around the world, he learned English in 17, and then he wrote. After a few years, he wrote Heart of Darkness. I'm really astounded. How? But there's a but behind this text, this famous text. How do you translate the work that perhaps was conceived in Polish in Conrad's mind and then translated into English for the English readers to read? At first read, the novel is undoubtedly outstanding, and one is bound to fall in love with Conrad's non-English sensibility embroidered into his English expressions. One might even go to the extent of saying, I might go to the extent of saying, the greatness of the novel owes to a great degree to the sweetness of its language, to the poetry of the prose that is often found in Rushdie as well. Why I mentioned Rushdie, that will be a difficult thing for me to discuss, but just bear with me. But Chinua Achebe's deconstruction of the text in his An Image of Africa, Racism in Conrad's Heart of Darkness at least compels the curious readers to revisit and reassess the novel in a new light. The ivory-colored needle and the black wool, the dog-like condition of the workers from Congo, Marlowe's strange sympathy for them. I'm referring to the biscuit episode, and through all the apparent white-bashing rhetoric, the oblique suggestion of the English individuals, specifically Kurds, stooping through their philanthropic burglary to the level of the black slaves. Conrad thus standardizes levels. All these issues and more function together towards forming a new interpretation of the novel that the translator cannot completely ignore if he is involved with literary criticism and theories so deeply. So the question is, can the translator take the liberty of translating his interpretation as well? What I said about Hyder and Hamlet, this is what this is the same thing. Can he, just like a seasoned editor, stick to his policies of theoretical perfection and bend the source text to such a shape that it will still remain recognizable despite going through all the subtle changes on the linguistic level? Some translation theorists may disagree, definitely, on the ground that while translating, we must not try to edit the original and should not trespass the boundary beyond which lies the territory of the critics who can criticize or appreciate an author for his words. George Steiner, wrote quite sentimentally that writers have ceased from translation sometimes too late because the inhaled voice of the foreign text had come to choke their own. But in today's world, with literary and cultural theories colonizing the academia, and where culture, sorry, I'm using the word colonizing here positively, don't take it negatively. But in today's world, with the literary and cultural theories colonizing the academia, and where cultural awareness and political correctness have become prerequisites for any kind of expression, what can be the role of a writer come critic come translator who can indeed present the field of literature with a new genre, or maybe it is already there, named transcreation, unlike Dryden's imitation that merely adapts the substructure of the source text? Transcreation that, keeping in mind the target cultural requirement, neither chokes the voice of the author, nor the author chokes his own. There is a romantic notion in translation theories that you should not choose the text, but the text must choose you. What it means is that after reading a literary work, a translator should feel the urge to translate it, feel the necessity to let everyone know what he has experienced in the pages. That takes us to the question of the competence of the translator. A certain level of dedication towards literature is a must. Also, the translator has to have the sensibilities to appreciate literary pieces, and this sensibility is really needed. And I think, again, I'm talking about Eliot. I think this is the sensibility he talks about in his Tradition and the Individual Talent, sharpened by history, sharpened by traditional ideas, or knowledge about tradition, historical sense, what he says. A certain level of dedication towards literature is a must. Also, the translator has to have the sensibilities to appreciate literary pieces. And this sensibility can only be achieved when the translator has a good command over both the source language and the target language. That is quite understandable. We all agree with it. When a translator lacks it, he fails to translate, as Dolet puts it, the majesty of the source language. There is a majesty in the source language, and when the translator lacks that sensibility, he fails to translate it. One cannot translate Khalil Gibran, Dan Brown, and James Joyce in the same way with his own peculiar signature style. Maybe I have my own language, I have my own voice, and I'm translating everyone in the same way. I am writing about a sad story in exuberant, grandiloquent word, and I'm writing about a very happy story with sloppy explanations and everything. That is undesirable. One cannot translate Khalil Gibran. Actually, I think it should be Khalil Gibran. His mother made the mistake while registering his name in the school. Khalil Gibran. I prefer to call him Khalil Gibran. Dan Brown and James Joyce in the same way with his own peculiar signature style. One cannot do that. Some say achieving a readily recognizable voice is necessary for authors. Gaining that voice is necessary for authors, but the translator must develop the opposite and much more difficult quality. Writers are achieving one voice, and translators have to try to achieve multiple voice, which is definitely more difficult. The translator has to have a chameleon-like capability to change the color of his language with the change of text, without at any moment compromising his own style, because that will only enrich the end result. I mean, studying the style of the authors that I'm translating, but at the same time not letting my own style commit suicide. It has to be there. I cannot kill my own style. It will only enrich the end result. Probably that is what Eliot was suggesting in his Tradition and the Individual Talent, for a different purpose though. In case of translation, the translator's knowledge, and not just idea, of the Irish culture, the slangs and the metaphors will only help him to translate Joyce's A Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man, that is replete with cultural and contextual references. And when I first read this novel, I remember it was like solving a puzzle. So many repetitions of references, and some of the phrases, some of the sentences are repeated in their verbatim state. I mean, they are repeated as they are. So it was like solving a puzzle. For example, in page 3, I wrote page 26, and 26 I wrote page 3. I mean, in both pages, in both places, same sentences are used. And we can't forget about, especially, the character Dante, who uses slangs. I mean, James Joyce's this novel is replete with references, Irish references to be specific. M.B. Duggett, in his essay, Can Metaphor Be Translated?, says, since a metaphor in the source language is, by definition, a new piece of performance, a semantic novelty, it can clearly have no existing equivalence in the target language. What is unique can have no counterpart. Here the translator's bilingual competence is of help to him only in the negative sense, of telling him that any equivalence in this case cannot be found, but will have to be created. The crucial question that arises is thus whether a metaphor can, strictly speaking, be translated as such, or whether it can only be reproduced in some way. Actually, I'm talking in connection with the idea that I was discussing, transcreation, whether we can enjoy the liberty of reproducing something in our own way for our own people. A metaphrase of novels like A Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man cannot do justice to the enigmatic greatness of the novels. The reason to find the point of equivalence for the Irish flavor is understandable, but it has to be complemented with the translator's unique sensibility and command over language that can tune itself according to the source text and still cater to the target readers, a novel that speaks to them in their own intimate language. He has to look at equivalence like Mona Baker does, at a series of levels, at word, above word, grammar, thematic structure, cohesion, and pragmatic level, quoted by Susan Basnett. What I mean to suggest is that the core, the intention, the meaning needs to be carried as it is, intact. But the translator can practice a kind of literary license, aided by his knowledge of a foreign culture, to elaborate on references that are not familiar to the target readers. Those are the spaces, those are the few spaces where the translator can be creative. And to avoid giving sloppy explanations like a critic, he must find a clever way to inform and amuse the target readers with the information and their literariness. That is all about, that is the end of my paper, actually. I would like to add a few, I would like to say a few things. That I have a special bond with translation in relation to my students, because when they fail to submit something, submit an assignment or do something on time, I tell them to translate something as punishment or as reward in disguise. Because someone said that in order, the best way to understand the text is to translate it, because you cannot just avoid any single word. So I think translation is not just to publish a book or import a writer and introduce him or her to our reader, or export our writer to the foreign world, to the foreign countries. Actually, I have deliberately avoided that part of foreignization. I mean, when we will be translating our work in such a way that people from the Western world or from any other language find it readable, I have deliberately avoided that, because I think what I have discussed here can also apply for that foreignization, or should I say valorization of the foreignization. I think that is all, and thank you everyone for listening to me patiently. And I think I have done so many mistakes. I have discussed so many controversial things in front of, especially in front of scholars like you all. So forgive me for my mistakes. These are only my opinions, and I'm just a common man talking about translation from the perspective of a common man, not as an expert. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadir sir, for your wonderful lecture. Now we are into the question answer session, for which I request our young and dynamic colleague, Professor Saket Kumar, to take over. Saket, are you around?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for this session. We are having a couple of questions. One of the question is from Sarfaraz Nawaz, sir. And this is the question which I also wanted to ask, actually. The question is, what is your take on the translation of a translated text? I mean, the translator may not be knowing the original language in which the text was produced, and he can have access to the text only in translation, and then goes on to translate the same in another language for a new set of readers. Your take on it, sir?
Translation of a translated text will only create a new text. I mean, this is what happens actually. Not everyone reads the same translation. I mean, there are so many translations of a single book. So in that case, the book gets afterlife. That's what Steiner said, afterlife, and this is how it lives. But I understand your question. Translating a translated text, what is my view about that? I think there's nothing to do about it. I mean, when someone is translating, I mean, sorry, when someone is translating a translated text, that is totally his liberty to translate it as he pleases. But there should be some check and balance, I think. I was I first of all, I included that part in the paper, but then I omitted it because I think that is controversial to some extent. I think that there should be a center of translation in every country that will supervise translations. It will not sanction or deny that you cannot translate or you can translate. It's nothing like that. But fact checking, I mean, whether something is distorted or whether the authenticity is carried on or not. So I can only answer you in this way, that translation of a translated text can either be good or bad. It can be done. It can be done. Definitely, it can be done, because we read Iliad in English. Originally, it was written in Greek. So when someone translated in Bangla or in Hindi, it is bound to be judged by whether it is a good translation or a bad translation. And in that case, there is no way for the reader of Bangla or Hindi to evaluate or judge whether it is an authentic translation or not. And that is why I'm suggesting that every country should have a translation center or translation bureau, a government bureau for that.
Okay, thank
I
you,
would
sir.
just like to add, Sakib, just a minute.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
I would just like to add some information that
Yeah.
what Hisham is saying, that the translation of a translated text can be good or bad. I'm just giving you a personal example. Presently I'm reading a book on Muharram. The book is titled as Zainab, the Lion-Hearted Queen. It
All right.
is a translation of an Urdu translation, and the Urdu translation was done from the Persian translation.
All right.
Fortunately, I have the opportunity of reading all the three texts. I mean, the Persian one, the Urdu one, and now I'm reading that English translation
Okay.
also.
Okay.
And I can simply say that the present English translation is not at all a good translation. It is
All
not
right.
at all
All
a
right.
good translation. It was just an information only.
Alisher
Saket, go
Rahman
ahead,
sir,
please.
in the
Very
second day,
interesting,
I think.
very interesting
Alisher,
feedback. Yeah, yes, very interesting
yeah.
feedback. It
Alisher
opens
Rahman
up a
sir was.
thesis
Yes, please carry on. Sorry.
Yes,
to
sir.
answer
There is
what
one more
Yasab
thing,
was
sir.
saying. It was a wonderful addition that Yasab you made, because it opens up questions again.
Yeah, Alisher Rahman said something like that. He was maybe in Purdue University, and there was a particular translation. I was listening to him yesterday, and I would like to add one more thing. Sorry if I'm taking too much time. That coding and recoding, what happens in translation, and also Stuart Hall discusses in his cultural studies coding and decoding and everything. So I think it will go on, this coding and recoding, and in every recording, the policy of the person, the reflexivity of the person will reflect on the text. It is bound to be different, and again at the same time, I would like to repeat again that it is bound to be either authentic or inauthentic, either good, either it will read good or it will be a bad translation.
Okay, sir. Actually, I was trying to put that I was having a debate with some of my friends, who were presenting the paper in one of the seminar regarding translation. There was a debate that if you are not knowing that particular language, for example, if you are not knowing Bangla, you are knowing Hindi and English, and
Yeah.
if that original work is in Bangla, then can that paper be presented, or they can prepare the research work based on that English translation? So there was a big debate.
That is a nice topic, because I have written something on it. I have an essay on it. I think you can understand the connection, that we are talking about post-coloniality and post-colonialism and everything, but writing a research article in their structure, right? We are following either MLA or APA or Chicago, and we are writing about coming out of that structure, going beyond that, transcending that structure. So that kind of confusion, that kind of complexity will be there, definitely.
Yes, sir. Yes. There is one more question from Hasanur Reza from Murshidabad, West Bengal. He asks, you told that translation has a scientific rule. So
Some
what
people think that.
bind reader with the author through the pen?
Sorry, could you please repeat the question again?
What will bind reader with the author through the pen? Or what will be the bridge with the author and with the reader?
All right, the bridge between the reader and the author.
Author, yes.
Are you trying? Is he trying to suggest whether we can talk with the writer?
Yes, I think he's talking about the connection. Yes, between the
Connection.
reader and the writer. If you're
If
talking
he's a
about the
living,
translation as a scientific,
if he is a living or she is a living writer, there are certain ways to talk with him. But if he's dead already, I think there's no way to talk to him other than through his writings and translation of his writings.
yes. There is a question from Dr. Sanjay Yadav, sir. He's the head of Jamshedpur Cooperative College. He asks if a translator has to make the translated work digestible to his readers. Does it not potentially lead to the tinkering with the source book? Does it also not go against the translation ideal of taking the readers to the writer?
It does. It does. I mean, that is what I said, actually. We can try new things. We don't have to stick to what Dryden or Cowley and all those Schleiermacher or Steiner said. We can come up with a mixture of everything. I think I mentioned that in my paper that Dryden himself later shifted from paraphrase, somewhere between metaphrase and paraphrase. So the question is that if we ought to take the reader to the writer, and if I say that I need to tune the writer to be digestible for my people, I think that's the same case. I mean, taking the reader physically or that's not possible. That can only be done by opening the gate of the writer. I mean, opening the gate of the source text in such a way, with such a I mean, the door size should be the size of the people. I mean, I'm talking metaphorically here. I mean, we have to make it accessible. That is also how we can take the reader to the writer. It is actually a very parallel and mutual thing to do, making or tuning the source text so that the readers can access, and by that the reader can access the source text.
Yes, thank you, sir. There is a question from Suman from Government College of Women, Gandhinagar, Jammu. She asks, can we say that translation is similar to deconstruction?
Definitely. Definitely. A very big part of it. Deconstruction, I mean, I would like to quote again Nietzsche, there are no meaning but only interpretation. So if we just stick to meaning, word by word meaning, that will not make my translation read good. I have to interpret. I have to have that, what I said, reflexivity. That is a term used by cultural theorists. Reflexivity, I have to reflect. I have to find my own point. I have to find that particular idea about the text that I can plaster on the translated work, translation work. Deconstruction is must. Or that is maybe the modern way to translate, deconstructive.
Yes, sir. There is a question from Sajid Kamar, sir. He says, sir, in country like ours, where majority of the people are polyglot, and translation comes naturally to them, all the subtle technicalities of
nothing more than that. So I cannot comment on Indian market and Indian readers. If I want to answer something, that will be imaginary. I mean, not an expert opinion.
Yes, sir. As you were talking about the movie Haider, the adaptation of Hamlet, and when you talk about the translated works, when the movies are adopted, as for example Haider, the climax was completely changed in comparison to Hamlet. What happens with the translated works?
It was. Oh, no. I'm not suggesting complete change. Adaptation, imitation, these are not what I'm advocating, but I'm just...
Hamlet, and the setting and the atmosphere he has taken from Curfewed Nights. So that's very
Yeah,
interesting.
definitely. People can relate. I mean, texts are dying. Shakespeare is dead in so many universities. People are not studying, not teaching Shakespeare. For example, I can say in what is the name of the university? Michigan University, maybe they have omitted Shakespeare's course from their syllabus. I'm not sure. I have to recheck. So
No, there
what
is
we
a
can,
study has been done, Hishamji, and this study says that Western people, they are forgetting Shakespeare, but the Oriental, especially the colonized like us, they are
yeah,
keeping Shakespeare alive.
alive, still alive.
Yeah.
We have to keep them alive because we can extract good things from them, but they can be presented in the way Hyder was presented, Hamlet to Hyder.
Yes. A lot
That
of
will
questions
create a
coming
new
to mind.
Hamlet. Yes.
To my mind, I'll definitely talk to Neha ma'am later, but on it, I'll take questions from the participants. Arya Muzaffar from Srinagar asks, if deconstruction is must for translation, then does it mean objectivity has no role to play in it?
Must. That's a strong word. I mean, I can have a deconstructing bend of mind to approach a text. It is, I mean, like, I think everyone understands that there is no one rule for interpretation. There is no one way to deconstruct something, but having that bend of mind, deconstructive bend of mind, that will help the translator understand the text and transmit that interpretation along with the language, along with the content of the text. Deconstruction is not a must, but a deconstructive mind. I mean, if a translator's mind is aided by that kind of bend of mind, that will be helpful for him. That will make the transmission more meaningful. I'm always for transcreation. That is my personal belief. And right now I'm translating a work by Shakrito Noman. The name of that book is Kalkeote Shuk. Kalkeote is a kind of snake in Bangladesh, in Bangla. And I'm taking all the liberty to transcreate it. And he's liking it. I mean, this is actually...
And I think it is really very important. Don't you think that reader is left to the mercy of writer of what he is trying to module the mind of common reader?
It comes from the writer himself. I mean, it doesn't happen only in translation. The very politics of writing, no one writes 900 pages for nothing. There is an agenda, there is a motive behind it. But if the motive is not assessed correctly, then there will be trouble. I mean, that is that not what Said is talking in his Orientalism, looking at texts that were previously hailed, but again looking at them to see whether there is any politics of representation. So writers do that, and when translators do that as well, there will be so much problem. The complexities will be much more.
Okay,
I mean, why am I translating this text and not that text? If I'm not commissioned, if I'm just a scholar and like to translate, why am I translating this text and not that text? Is it because it is always because that book is by my friend? Not really, actually. The choice of a text is very important. Why am I translating it? Maybe it carries the belief that I have. It showcases the ideology that I believe in. And who knows what kind of ideology is that? So we have to really check the authenticity and what is being said. At the same time, again, this is a very risky thing to say. I'm not saying that someone should supervise and accept and deny whether I can publish something or not, but just fact checking. That's all I'm asking. Sorry.
There is a question. Your paper provides a great insight about translation, but I would like to know how you view adaptation and translation. Please illuminate.
Adaptation and
Translation.
how
I think you talked a bit about it. Yes.
How I do? Sorry, I couldn't hear you completely. How I deal with?
Yes. How would you like to know? He would like to know, the participant would like to know how you view adaptation and translation, both the terms.
I would like to change the word adaptation and translation to adaptive translation. It will not be a complete imitation, again the same thing. It will not be a complete adaptation, but adaptive translation, transcreation, again that same word.
Yes, sir. I'm taking one last question.
Okay.
Dr. Prashant Manikar is asking, what if the author and translator
Hmm.
are
Yes.
from same linguistic and cultural ethos? For instance,
Okay.
the author and translator are from Marathi language system, the
Mhm.
translation from Marathi into English.
Intralingual translation. What I'm doing right now, I mean, I am Bengali, and the author I'm translating is also Bengali. But there is a need to cater our literature to the world. Anisur Rahman sir was discussing maybe about world literature and whether there is anything like that or not. So if it were there, we have to showcase our works as well. So that's why I choose to translate a Bangla text that I find, uh, that I think, that I assess that people need to read it. People all from all over the world need to read it. For example, I don't know whether should I mention this or not. Tara Shankar Bandyopadhyay in Bangladesh. He's an excellent author. I mean, his novels, to some extent, maybe this will become a blasphemy to say this. His novels are sometimes better than Rabindranath Tagore's novels. Maybe this is a blasphemy, and I apologize for that. But he was never properly translated, and that's why he has definitely getting a Nobel or any award is not the goal, but he deserves accolades. He deserves to be known in the world arena of literature. So we have to help our people. I mean, we have to help not just anyone, but promising writers, so that we can uphold them, we can advocate them, and showcase them to the world.
I think Anisur Rahman sir was saying something. Sir?
You don't have to add anything, Saket. No.
Okay, okay, sir. Das sir, over to you, sir.
Nadir sir, you in your question answer session, you made a reference to Tara Shankar Bandyopadhyay. Definitely, he's a very good novelist. But I would like to add the name of Bonoful also.
Yeah, Bonoful, definitely. I have translated Bonoful.
Wonderful novelist.
Yes, definitely.
His short stories are very wonderful.
Yeah, definitely.
If he were translated, he could be known in Western worlds.
Exactly. Tarashankar, just from the top of my head, I mean, his name came up.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Great. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Hisam Nazir sir, for your highly insightful lecture. We have touched upon, shed bare, different aspects of translation, which has widened the horizon of our knowledge on the subject. We have also deliberated upon the strengths of good translation and the pleasures and challenges associated with it. Although ended, but its strain lingers and will keep lingering on. Thank you so much, sir. We also have a wonderful audience with us today, but for whose active and interactive participation, this session would not have been complete. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to them. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you, Das sir. And yes, thank you very much, Hisham ji, and for giving, or establishing the existing ideas, and as well as giving very fresh perspective to this entire translation. I think when we were scheduling, we never thought that this will happen, but coincidentally, what happens is that in the morning session, we have the youngest one, and Now it
And the oldest one.
yes, very, very senior most. And in this plenary session, when we are going to listen to him, this will be, for the first time formally, we will be listening in this e-conference. But I think I need to mention that in after or within or before the session, Anis sir has given so insightful informations and knowledge to us, and given the momentum to deliberations related with translations, that we are very much grateful, and we are looking forward to listen to him today, especially when he will be talking on translating Ghalib. So I initiate this plenary session, and we have with us the professor in charge of Karim City College, Muhammad Riaz sir, and I'll request him to welcome all the participants, and especially Anis sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, everybody present here today. I am proud and honored today to welcome among us Professor Khan, a renowned academician and a big name in the field of translator, who needs no introduction to the world of letter. On behalf of the college management, I express my deep gratitude to him for taking out time in this 3 days international web conference on translation and the global text, identity, politics, and cultural survival, organized by the Department of English, Karim City College, Jamshedpur. International Web Conference is an initiative of the Department of English, which extends to open the door of creativity for participants by introducing them to fertile minds across the globe. In earlier events of the session, the department has welcomed international reputed scholars. Today, interaction with Professor Anisur Rahman is the sixth, and we are all eagerly looking forward to a wonderful session. He is with us since 3 days and as active participant and encourage us. I am grateful to Dr. S.M. Yahya Ibrahim and all faculty members of the Department of English for inviting Anisur Rahman among us and giving us an opportunity to listen to his valuable discourse. I extend my best wishes to the department participants for dynamic learning sessions ahead. Thank you very much to all.
Thank you, Riaz sir, for welcoming our guest in this plenary session number 6. And now I request the convener of the conference, Yahya Ibrahim sir, to introduce today's guest speaker, Professor Anisur Rahman sir.
Thank you, Neha ma'am. Thank you so much. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Bilkul.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you. This is perhaps the most important plenary session for me personally. And why? It is not because that Professor Anisur Rahman sir is here. Professor Anisur Rahman sir is here for the last 3 days. और वो जो हिंदी में कहते हैं that his Vridhast is with us for the last 3 days. We actually developed our zeal for translation, you can say, or our interest for translation, you can say, by reading the translations of the greatest stalwarts of Indian translation scenario, and Professor Anisur Rahman sir is certainly one among them. This session was also important for me personally, or rather very, you can say, inquisitive for me personally, because of Ghalib. Because I think that translating Ghalib is certainly a very difficult task. And Anisur Rahman Sahab has done this. He has done a lot of other writers also from Urdu to English. But Anisur Rahman Sahab has done beautiful translations of Ghalib. And I am very much impressed by those readings actually. Recently, he was holding, before the Corona days, he was holding a lot of conferences and interactive sessions there at Delhi, one after another, related to translation and the launch of his book. I had the opportunity to listen to some of those lectures. Sir is actually, Sir was associated with Jamia in the capacity of being the professor there and the head there, and that he held a lot of positions there at Jamia. We look at him as a literary critic, a translator, as we all know, a poet, and I can tell you that he's a very beautiful and a very sensitive poetic voice in English poetry. Formerly a professor of English, as I said. He is currently associated with Rekhta as a senior advisor. And Rekhta, all of us know, is doing a wonderful job in the field of literature, especially Indian literature, Urdu. And very recently, Rekhta has launched its Hindi website also, named Hindavi. That is also a beautiful effort, actually. So he has worked and published in the areas of comparative literature, post-colonial literature, translation studies, and, as I said, Urdu studies. He has, to his credit, 4 books authored by him, 6 edited or co-edited books, and 2 collection of Urdu poetry in English translations. His most recent publications include Earthenware, 60 poems, or this is his own writings, and this is beautiful, as I said, beautiful, very sensitive. So the most recent one, Earthenware, 60 poems, published by Rubric Publishing. Another very important text very recently published from Anisur Rahman Sahab pen is in translation, Positions and Paradigms. That was published recently in 2019 by Orient. Socio-literary Cultures in South Asia, again in 2019 by Neogi Books. And the book which I basically like very much is his Garden of All Senses, 5 centuries of best Urdu poetry. That is also published, that is going to publish in 2020. And I'm waiting for this. Rahman sir is a Shastri Fellow at the University of Alberta, Canada, and a visiting scholar at Purdue University, USA. And as Neha ma'am was telling or saying that he is the senior most amongst us, sir, I would not like to say the oldest or the older most, senior most among us. And certainly I'm very much inspired and affected by their style, the way he presents his things in different symposiums across the world, across the literary world. So ek Ghalib ke hi sher se aapko sir ko I would like to welcome him, and it's a sher basically which Ghalib said about Bedil, and the sher was tarze Bedil mein rekhta कहना, तर्ज़े बेदिल में रेख्ता कहना, असदुल्ला खां क़यामत है. Sir, most welcome.
Shukriya, thanks. Good morning, Adab. I think I've already started.
Sir,
Yes.
Sir, sorry, I'm interfering. We have
Please.
Amir Hussain Sahab with us from London, joining
Kya
us
baat.
just to see the conference. So Amir sir, Assalamu alaikum and most welcome, heartfelt welcome, Amir sir. Asad, Anis sir, please go ahead.
जी, आमिर साहब आदाब, बहुत अच्छा लगा आप तशरीफ ले आए और आपको हम सुनेंगे इसके बाद. Shukriya, I was saying shukriya, and I also said thanks, good morning and adab, and I was just saying that I have already started translating. Although I am leaving behind a question whether good morning is adab or it's something different. Is it subh khair or good morning is adab or subh khair? So I leave it at that. Well, it's a very trying time when you are introduced in a seminar or a conference, because there are chosen words to introduce the speaker. And as Dr. Neha was speaking about me a while ago, and other colleagues and friends, as the kind of love and respect that they have shown in the past 2 days, plus this is the 3rd day, This has definitely raised lots of expectations. So one is in a very difficult situation. You have all put me in a very difficult hour that is going to be with me for this, say, for about an hour or so. I am not at all sure whether I'll be able to meet your expectations, but I will just try. Thanks, friends, all at KCC, Yahya Saab, and all the members of the Department of English and the administration for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to be able to talk to you. When we were discussing what should be the topic on which I would address this conference, and I proposed something different. But Yahya Saab said that we would like you to listen, would like you to speak on translating Ghalib. Therefore, I agreed, and I love doing this. So I'll make a few remarks here. And first, I would talk about Ghalib very briefly to be able to bring you closer to the poet that I'm going to discuss in translation. After that, I'll speak a few words about Ghazal as it is. Then I will about translating Ghalib. And finally, I will come to you with some examples so that we can complete the circle and we know what we are talking about with respect to Ghalib and his translations into English. When we think of Ghalib, we naturally think of him as a poet and as a poet of Urdu, and as a poet of Urdu who wrote ghazals. This is the general impression that we have. But there is much more to Ghalib. That's not all. He's surely an Urdu poet. He's surely a poet of excellence. He's surely a poet of great say, consequence as a ghazal writer. But there is much more to Ghalib. And as one of the speakers yesterday said, that if you look at an author, you have to look at that author in totality. You cannot look at an author in pieces, in shreds, here and there. You have to look at totality. Therefore, very briefly, I would say that Ghalib was an institution unto himself, and he has divans to his credit, both in Urdu and Persian. And he didn't write as much as me wrote, but whatever he has left with us in Urdu, for example, which I have read, and not that Persian text which I have. So there is a world of, there is a universe of meaning and styles that you come across when reading Ghalib. I said that there is much more to Ghalib than a poet, an Urdu poet, and a ghazal poet. What I mean by this, that he is a person who is also a critic of Persian lexicon. He wrote Qate Burhan, which is very interesting for us to note and to know what Ghalib is and what is his range and what is his reach. Qate Burhan is a Persian lexicon. It is his criticism of the Persian lexicon. He is a historical narrativist as well, and he wrote Mehre Dunim. That apart, he wrote as a literary critic. He put together his works in Tegh-e-Tez. Then you have Panjahang, which is a collection of miscellaneous pieces which are put together in Panjahang. And then you have Dastambo, a diary of 1857, which is a very important source for us to understand the times and the political condition and how the people in Delhi and otherwise suffered broadly. These apart, he was an epistolarian par excellence, a letter writer, so to say, and the kind of letters that he wrote and the language that he employed in writing those letters, no one before him and no one after him has been able to write that kind of language, that kind of address, that kind of easy going and the way of talking as if the addressee is sitting right before you. Therefore, you see that Ghalib I would say he's an intellectual of a very high merit. He's not just a poet as we often consider him to be. He's an intellectual of a high merit, I would say. He's the most contemporaneous of all the literary masters in Urdu and Persian. He's our contemporary. Ghalib is our contemporary, very, very close to us. And he has left behind, I should say, he completed his Urdu Diwan at the age of 25 and passed on to writing in Persian. And what he has left behind, it is more in Persian than in Urdu. His Urdu kalam is not that much as we have in Persian. So my thesis is that we have known Ghalib only partially. We have known Ghalib as an Urdu ghazal writer. We haven't known him much, speaking from this point of view, from the location in which I am. So there is yet another Ghalib to explore if you look at his Persian works. Yet another Ghalib to explore if you look at him as a critic, as a historian, as an epistolarian, as a diarist, etc. So there's a huge amount of scholarship required or attention is required to look at Ghalib. I would say that he comes up with, with a very refreshing diction. This diction he received and he harks back to past, and he goes back to the roots, the Persian roots, which has its roots in the Arabic and so on. So from the Arabic to Persian to Rekhta to Urdu, and Urdu is the word that came, or the definitionally, so to say. So this language came to be known as Urdu only towards the end of the 18th century. So we know him as a poet of Urdu, but basically he considered himself to be a poet of Rekhta, and Rekhta is Urdu in one particular way. It has had many names. Urdu has had many names, right, from 13th century onwards. That is from Amir Khusro onwards. So very refreshing diction. He improvises upon the style, the techniques, and he has a rich fare of ideas and styles to offer to us. And he's very much rooted in time, place, and linguistic tradition. That is why I was referring to Rekhta and the way it progressed and how he handled it after Mir, and how it came to him through the Persian sources, and how he blended together the Persian and the Arabic, and the Persian and Rekhta and Urdu together, and how he brought forth a diction that is very refreshing to us. And we read him as if he's reading a contemporary poet, as I said a while ago. Ghalib seems to develop a very casual attitude towards the world, but that's only seemingly so. He's so philosophically loaded. Look at his couplets, and you will come to realize that he's so philosophically loaded. There is a fair of his styles and ideas that Ghalib spread out before us. एक लंबा सा दस्तरखान बिछाते हैं वो हमारे सामने. There is a philosophical dimension, as I said, a man of fertile imagination, very, very fertile imagination that no other Urdu poet of that time, maybe, if I am not exceeding my limit to say that, but a man of great fertile imagination and extraordinary wit. That is what is very, very remarkable in Ghalib's poetry. Ultimately, he turns out as a canonical figure, a figure that we need to pay attention to, and we have paid attention to Ghalib in a very big way, and translation says so very clearly. Let me say, after this, let me say a few words about Ghazal, because we are going to talk about the translations of Ghalib's Ghazal a few minutes later. So Ghazal is, for those who may not be aware, let me just say, because others know, many people know that literally it means talking to the lady love, or talking with the lady love. And this also creates some kind of a conception that Ghazal only addresses the female lady love and no one else, which is not right. It addresses lots of things, especially the modern Ghazal addresses almost everything under the sun. It had its origin in the 6th century in Arabia, and it traveled far and wide from there. And if you look at the trajectory that Ghazal follows, you come across a wonderful story that Ghazal has given to us. Starting from Arabia, it goes to Spain, to Africa, to Persia, to Turkey, to India, to Germany, to England, to America, and wherever you can imagine. So it's very interesting talk. Actually, this is what I was going to propose here for this seminar, but Daya Saab said that let me talk about the Ghazals of Ghalib and translations of Ghalib. So Ghazal has come to us, and we have come to realize Ghazal has a very quintessential form of Urdu poetry. It's a very, very quintessential form, typically quintessential. It's a literary curiosity. It has an infectious appeal for us, everyone. Even those who are not literary persons, so to say, the literary word, if you have in mind the word literary in quotes, I'm saying, even those who are not literary or literary persons, or those who do not engage with literary text, even they engage with Ghalib as a poet very clearly. So his infectious appeal, Ghazal has an infectious appeal. Ghalib contributes greatly to that. Many of the verses that we keep quoting day in and day out mostly come from Ghalib. Ghalib has also been misappropriated by WhatsApp these days, by social media these days. Such things are coming on social media these days, which Ghalib could never dream he would be turning in his grave if he would know that this is how I'm being quoted these days. So, as I said, it's a literary curiosity, it's quintessential, and it's very, very infectious in appeal. It has had its tradition in the Arabic poetry, the Persian poetry, and finally in Urdu poetry. It's a curious world of strange mysteries and rare delights. It opens before you a very, very strange world of curiosities are there, full of curiosities. Strange mysteries and rare delights are there if you read a Ghazal. Take any poet for that matter. I'm not talking essentially of Ghalib. Take any poet for that matter. Such a tradition it has, such a long tradition it has of 600 years, you will find that it opens to you a world which is very curious. Mysteries are there and rare delights that you enjoy. Ghazal is unlike any other form of poetry. There is no parallel to ghazal. It is very unique. It doesn't exist in the European tradition anywhere. I will come to that, how it is different later. But ghazal has not all the time been appreciated and has not been, say, taken in a very positive light. There have been opinions, different opinions about ghazal as well. There are two very clear opinions about ghazal. One very eminent critic of Urdu says it is a savage form of poetry. ये एक नीम वहशियाना सिनफ सुखन है. It is a savage, semi-savage form of poetry. This is Kalimuddin Ahmad, a very prominent Urdu critic who said this, and he has been contested because of that. There is another, when the new Nazm was coming into being, there was a great call being given that new Nazm should come. People should start writing Nazm. We should come out of the world of love and romance and all. So Natullah Khan said that it should be throttled to death without any hesitation. It should be throttled to death without any hesitation. One shouldn't hesitate because it has corrupted us, it has defiled us, our sensibilities have gone awry and haywire. Therefore, let's stop writing ghazal, let's come back to Nazm and be more constructive and be more responsible towards the society in which we are living. So the days of ghazal are gone, and therefore we should come to Nazm. Well, that was a call given at a particular point of time, and it had its meaning, therefore it's important to say so. Then there is yet another opinion that you have, which is very complimentary. It is the prestige of Urdu poetry. This is Rashid Ahmad Siddiqui. Rashid Ahmad Siddiqui, another very important critic of Urdu, says it is the prestige of Urdu poetry. And then you have Firaq Gorakhpuri, he says it is a series of climaxes. Intihaon, yani har sher ek intiha hai. Or 6 or 7 ashar agar hai kisi ghazal mein, if there are 6 or 7 shairs, I won't say couplets because couplet is different from shair. So if you have 6 or 7 or 8 couplets, each couplet is a climax unto itself. So the structure of the ghazal is entirely different. As I said, ghazal has been brought to, say, us in two different ways. Some people have praised it and some people have really denigrated it. I stop there talking about ghazal. I come to translating Ghalib. Ghalib has been one of the most popular poets if you think of translation. He has been translated the most compared with all other poets in Urdu translated into English. He has been as popular as Hamlet has been popular among the English readers, the most mysterious of their plays. And similarly, it's you have a whole library based on Hamlet. So you have whole library books, translations and volumes of translation of Ghalib. I was recently preparing a bibliography of how many times and how many people have tried their hands on translating Ghalib. Exclusively the books dedicated to Ghalib, pure Ghalib, and nothing else in that book. I found there are 23 titles devoted to the translations of Ghalib, 23 titles. This does not include those books or journals where you have translations of Ghalib from various hands. Lots of people are there. Among these people who have translated Ghalib, 23 names are there, but there are people who like Matthew and Shackle. You have Ahmad Ali there, to which to Ahmad Ali I'm going to refer in a while later when I talk of the translations. You have Pilal of Writers Workshop fame and professor of English in Calcutta University. You have CM Naeem, Chaudhry Muhammad Naeem, who taught in Chicago University. You have Yusuf Hassan, you have Agha Shahid Ali, and you have Khushwant Singh. These are the prominent names that I have quoted, but there are many more names. And all the time Ghalib has not been, they haven't been able to make justice to Ghalib. But these are the names I would like to refer, especially because they have tried their hands on Ghalib and pretty well they have been able to do their work, translate Ghalib in their own ways. Of course, their methods differ from each other, but each one brings to us something that is remarkable. Say, Ghalib, the translations of Ghalib, or for that matter, any other poet that is writing, ghazal writers, they make severe demands upon us. Translating from Urdu to English, and especially translating a Nazm, is very different from translating a Ghalib from a ghazal. Translating a ghazal is much more demanding. Why it is so demanding? Because there are certain reasons that is why I say so. Because the form of the ghazal makes demands upon us. Form is very important for us to look at. There is a visual form in the ghazal. You can see, if you look at the ghazal printed on a page, you will see that there is a sher. 2 lines, then there is a gap, then again 2 lines, then there is a gap, and again 2 lines. So it creates, there is a hieroglyph, there is a picture, there is an image. You can say this is what a ghazal looks like. So there is a visual form. Then you have an auditory form. When you read a ghazal, so it falls in a meter. There is a metrical pattern. Then you find that there is a qafiya and then there is a radif. And then you discover that there's an internal rhythm in a ghazal. So the very form of the ghazal is a very demanding form. It cannot be easily copied, it cannot be easily translated, it cannot be easily echoed. It's a very difficult job. So you have the individual shades to engage with, you have the qafiya and the bahr to engage with if you are translating into English, and if you're trying to aspire to reach the demands of a qafiya or a radif, it becomes extremely difficult for the translator, as it became for me or anyone else. So this auditory, this organic, the individual shades and the form that the ghazal presents before us, this is one challenge that the ghazal puts before us and brings before us and poses before us. The other thing is that why it makes very difficult for us to look at it and translate it is the content. The content which is very plebeian on the one hand and very philosophical on the other. So the translator or the reader of a ghazal, and more especially a poet like Ghalib, and also Mir I would include in that, makes very severe demands, because on the one hand you have very plebeian idea, on the other hand you are very philosophical. So how do you reconcile the two if you are looking at a poet in totality? So you have to look at the poet. I often say to my students that you don't read an individual poem. Actually, a poet writes one poem all through his life. A fiction writer writes one fiction, because there are variations in your expression. So one ghazal differs from the other linguistically, but there's an internal rhythm and there is an internal thought pattern. There's a philosophical strand that goes through the entire work. So this content-wise also ghazal poses great difficulties before us. It poses challenges before the translator. Then the third point with which you need to engage with is the diction of the ghazal. So how do you take that diction into consideration? So how does the thesaurus help you? How does the dictionary help you? How does the common conversation that we develop with our friends, family, and otherwise in the academia? So that diction that the Ghalib or any other poet presents before us is something very serious engagement for the translator. It's a fine blend of the Persian and the Rekhta and what you call Urdu now. So you have to find your way of looking at these 3-4 linguistic variations. Now you find an equivalent to be able to translate a poet like Ghalib. So this is the third challenge. The fourth challenge that I look at is the way of handling the figures of speech. All the figures of speech, for that matter, I'm not going to name 1 or 2 or 3, all the figures of speech that Ghalib employs or any ghazal writer would employ. So you need to look at the figures of speech, how they are trying to handle it. Figures of speech as they are in Arabic, as they are in Persian, as they are in Urdu. And now you as a translator have to lay your hands upon identifying the figures of speech that a particular poet like Ghalib is going to engage with. And how do you engage with it ultimately when you choose to translate that? Finally, and the fifth challenge is the internal rhythm. So how do you maintain an internal rhythm when translating a Ghalib? The entire ghazal, each couplet, as I said, each sher, as I said, has its own appeal. There is a poem in the ear, there is a poem in the eye, if I could say like this. This is an expression which I have following from a critic. There is a poem in the ear that you can listen to the poem. So the ghazal is here in your eyes. You can just hear it. You can listen to it. Then there's a ghazal in the eye, which you can look at, and there is a form, and there are couplets spread, there are shades spread on the whole page, and there is a gap in between. So this is the kind of, these are the kind of questions that Ghalib poses before us, the individual shares constituting a world. If I would like to say, if I'd like to compare it, I would say that a ghazal share is a microcosm, but the whole ghazal is a macrocosm. So if translating a ghazal, especially a difficult poet, a very difficult poet, I would say much more difficult poet than Mir actually, Ghalib, if you are going to translate, lay your hands upon this poet, then you are trying to engage simultaneously at 2 levels. You are trying to address a microcosm, and then you are finally trying to engage with a macrocosm. So a ghazal is a very difficult kind of proposition if you are thinking of translating a poet like Ghalib. There are other questions also that come to mind when you think of translating Ghalib. So you have to transfer the system, one language system to another language system. Well, I don't need to speak more about it because many of the speakers before me have spoken about this in theoretical terms. So naturally, it is an important point if you are translating a poet like Ghalib, who is so very loaded with symbols and metaphors and linguistically and diction-wise. So you can see very clearly how this translator is faced with so many difficulties, so many issues, so many problems. There are, of course, cultural references that come before you. And with these cultural references, you have to engage with. and find the equivalents. Now, these are all very old ways of saying that where is the cultural equivalent, if at all, that is possible for us to be able to discover and to translate into English and to satisfy the reader. The reader may or may not be satisfied with your translation. I'll come to some of the examples later, as I said. Then you have, finally, you have to translate the music of ideas that a ghazal has. There is a music of ideas. When Wasteland was published, Wasteland was subjected to severe criticism. Severe criticism. No one read, no one liked. When those who read didn't like it, they didn't understand. I. Richards was the one who said at that point of time that this poem contains music of ideas. Look at the 5 sections of this poem, the varying. So there's certain internal rhythm in that poem. And then Eliot came back to write his own annotations to the poem 3 months later when it was published. And people woke up and said, well, this is one of the finest poems of the century. So there is an internal rhythm also, which is what I mean by saying that there's a music of ideas that the ghazal presents before us. A translator's job is to engage with that music, to catch that music of ideas. There is a music in the word, fine. There is a rhythm in the language, fine. In the metaphors, in the symbols, or in the language, so to speak, broadly speaking. But then an internal rhythm that the ghazal has. And that is the reason why a share of a ghazal is a quotable quote. When you talk, when you are in the family or outside, the Ghalib comes to you very conveniently. You can quote Ghalib so often. So on every situation of life, you have a share that Ghalib is going to offer to you. So this internal rhythm, and that is why you remember Ghalib. Most of his shares, those who are interested in literature, ghazal and Ghalib especially, I think they'll almost, you speak the first Misra and the other person will speak the second Misra from the entire Diwan of Ghalib. So Ghalib is such a popular poet, and translating such a popular poet is of course a very tall order. So cultural reference and the music of ideas. And then you have to make this ghazal very plausible into another language. Plausible, by plausible, I mean to say that if you are doing it for an English reader, the Indian readers and the Pakistan readers, they would know what a ghazal is, therefore they would not be surprised. But if someone in America or any other English-speaking world going to read Ghalib would first question, what is this form? That there are only 2 shares, and each share stands as an individual share. It doesn't relate with the other. Each share is complete unto itself. It is a microcosm, and finally there is a macrocosm that is being. So translating what are you? What are you translating then? Are you translating a language that you have to ask? Are you translating intent? You have to ask this question to yours. Are you translating a form? Are you translating a style? Are you translating a culture? These are the questions one need. Well, I also must say that you don't remember all these principles and all these aesthetic questions or the considerations when you sit on your table and you start translating. You forget all theory. You never go back to theory. It comes because my opinion is, and my take is, that theory arises out of the practice. You don't have a theory laid down before you on the table and you follow this A, B, C, these are the principles, and therefore I'm trying to translate the Ghalib in this manner. That doesn't happen. So there is a text, this Ghalib text or this any other text that you engage with. There is a dialogic process that sets in. You will start developing a dialogue with the poet Ghalib. The poet Ghalib, who has had so many incarnations. He was not just an Urdu poet. He was more importantly a Persian poet, on which we haven't been able, most of us haven't been able to lay hands upon, except for those who know Persian. For example, I read Persian at the very formative stage in the schools. Then I forgot when I came to college. But later, when I completed my education, I went back to Persian and started learning it once again. So this was my advantage. And many people do have this advantage, do have their access to Urdu as well as to Persian. So this gives you an advantage, of course, when we approach Ghalib. So you have a kind of a text with which you have to develop a dialogue. You develop a dialogue with the poet Ghalib that you are engaging with. You have to develop a dialogue with the reader for whom. I'm the reader, so I'm developing and then I'm going to pass it on to you in translation. Therefore, I'm developing a dialogue with you as well, who are my supposed reader. So I have to look at you to be able to communicate with you in your language and my language, which is our common language in which translation is being conducted. Then you are also engaging with the translator. The translator, Ghalib engages with the translator. Ghalib is absent, but he's engaging with us as the translator. Whole process is the process of empowerment. The whole process is the process of empowerment. So Ghalib empowers us. Ghalib empowers the reader. Ghalib empowers the text. Ghalib empowers the tradition. Ghalib empowers the whole sensibility, that is. Therefore, I'm not trying to scare myself that laying hands upon Ghalib, or for that matter, any poet, would be impossible, would be a scary. No, not that. I'm not suggesting that. I'm only trying to say that these are the engagements, these are the issues, these are the questions that one needs to address, to keep in mind. Now, there is one question which is often raised, whether an academician who teaches in a university or is given a certain kind of a job does this translation better than someone else who is not engaging with the critical theories and all that. I personally have a feeling that no, it's not that an academician alone would be able to approach Ghalib or any other poet or any other writer for that matter, Quratullah Haider or Mir or whatever, or Intizar Sahab. Anyone can approach, no doubt. But these are the questions anyone who approaches, a layman or a scholar or an academic or a critic, will have to engage with these questions of style and form and culture and language and, and the levels of communication or the levels of dialogue. So this collaboration goes with the poet, with his idiom, the idiom that the poet had chosen for himself, the mechanics of the text, if you were to put it plainly, and the entire sensibility. So when you think of Ghalib, you have to think of his sensibility. And sensibility is an attitude that you develop towards something, towards your time, towards your people, towards your language, towards the issues. So the whole sensibility of the 19th century, and Ghalib is a very contemporary poet, our poet in our time, he's our contemporary. So you look at this whole sensibility that Ghalib is representing. And of course, this is something which has been talked about by many people. I just wanted to remind you that apart from these issues that one has to face while translating Ghalib, one has to engage with several other questions which are very culturally rooted and rooted in a tradition, rooted in a culture, rooted in a religious or rooted in faith, so to say. So how do you translate these things? For example, firaq is there, a word. I have categorized these words. You can say firaq, wisal, ishq, husn, ashiq, mashuq, raqib, gariban, qasid, qatil, bismil, naz, and niyaz. They fall in one category. They're very difficult words to translate. They are not just words. There's a world of meaning behind it. These are metaphors. These are conditions. These are circumstances. They differ from place to place, from shade to shade. They don't all the time come to you in the same meaning. So there are many synonyms and there are many, many references to this word that will occur to your mind once you look at it. So these all belong to one category, one cluster of emotions, one cluster of emotions. Then you have another cluster of emotions. And there you have words like, or metaphors like this. For example, qafas, or chaman, or bijli, or ashiyan, or gull, or bulbul. Now bulbul. Bulbul, we haven't seen what a bulbul is like. We often translate it as nightingale, which is a very incorrect translation. It has nothing to do with nightingale. It's a very different kind of a bird. So what I'm trying to say is that these are the issues, the conditions, that these are the metaphors, these are the similes sometimes. These are sometimes used as symbols and sometimes it turns into a myth. So my way of looking at the text is that first you choose a word, then the word turns into an image. So there is a computer before me. So computer is the word, and image, it turns into an image because the computer is a picture and I can see it. This computer turns into a simile. But if you are a major poet, you will turn this simile into a metaphor. If you are a greater poet than that, Coleridge has told us all that. And if you are a greater poet than that, then you are in a position to create a symbol out of that metaphor. And if you reach the peak, then you finally create myths. Ghalib is a person who creates myth. Mir is a poet who creates myths and makes it very difficult, very challenging for the reader to engage with him. Similarly, there is another cluster, for example, Nasih, Zahid, Sheikh, Brahman. This is yet another kind of a cluster. These are the things which occur in Ghalib. So in translating Ghalib, one has to engage with these institutions, these myths, these metaphors, and these symbols. And finally, Saqi Maikhana, as you all know, it has been a misinterpretation that all in Urdu poetry is about Saqi and Maikhana and Zulf and Rukhsar and Chashmanam, etc., which is not the case. Lots of things are there, especially when Urdu Ghazal was passing through a phase in which lots of experiments in form and style were made, not in form, in style were made, and especially the thematics. So you came to a place where anti-Ghazal, experiments in Ghazal were made, anti-Ghazal was written. And not that anti-Ghazal stayed for long, but then it was an experiment and it made great sense at that point of time because it underlined the significance, the value of the form in which people were translating and people were writing. And for ages, they had been engaging with that form. So this Ghazal or Ghalib, for example, for that matter, poses lots of challenges before us. I do not want to theorize upon all these things and speak on endlessly. Let me come to some examples that will give you an idea. I will first refer to experiments in translation, in translations of Ghalib. Remember the year 1969. This was the centenary year of Ghalib. And I remember Agha Shahid Ali in one of his talks in Delhi, he said that when I asked when 1969 was there, and he said that I asked some of the English and the American poets, have you heard of a poet called Ghalib? And most of them showed ignorance. They didn't know. And Agha said that I was very ashamed of my tradition, that people knew of Nazim Hikmat, but didn't know Ghalib, didn't know the tradition that was there before us, a huge and very remarkable tradition, very proud tradition. So he said that one needs to introduce, this is what we were talking the other day also in one of the sessions, that one needs to introduce. Therefore, in 1969, Ejaz Ahmad, students of English would know him as the author of In Theory. Interesting essays are there in relation to theory. Ejaz Ahmad put together a volume called Ghazals of Ghalib. And this Ghazals of Ghalib was published by Columbia University Press in 1971, 2 years later. He invited some very prominent American poets from that point of time, and he taught them actually what this particular share means, and then wanted in return a translation of that. And very interesting examples came. It was a great experiment that he made. You may agree or you may not agree, but I personally think this was a wonderful experiment, and it opened ways for the academics to engage with the idea of how translation can make sense to us if you are going to engage with this. So in the Ghazals of Ghalib, it's a different matter than when Columbia University Press published it. The title, the cover page, the design was not of any ghazal, but it had a qasida on it, which is very pitiable. So if you look at the first edition, it was published elsewhere as well. It was published, I think, in India as well. So the title page, the cover, the design, it has a qasida on that. It doesn't have a ghazal, though the book says Ghazals of Ghalib. So there are lots of poets were there. I will give you one example. Say, for example, here is, there is a sher, इशरते कतरा है दरिया में फना हो जाना, इशरते कतरा है दरिया में फना हो जाना, दर्द का हद से गुजरना है दवा हो जाना. Now, Thomas Fitzsimmons translates it like this: water-bred ecstasy dying in a stream, too strong a pain brings its own balm. Now, I leave it to you to understand, to discuss, to reflect. You can just reflect upon this, whether it carries the internal rhythm, whether it carries the sensibility, whether it carries the word structure, whether it carries the whole ambience that the sher has. Ishrat-e qatra hai, the philosophical aura that the sher has about it. I won't comment upon that. I will give you another example. Ishrat-e qatra hai darya mein fana ho jana. This was by W.S. Fitzsimmons. Then I will give you another example of the same sher, and then you can see how the same sher is being interpreted differently by another. This is W.S. Merwin, a very major poet, American poet. Merwin says, the drop dies in the river, second line of its joy. The drop dies in the river, second line of its joy. Pain goes so far it cures itself. Pain goes so far it cures itself. Now, ghazal has 2 lines. Here you have 3 lines. When Agha started translating ghazals or writing ghazals, he wrote 3-4 lines also. But he learned very fast. Actually, he was the person who taught the English poets to write how a ghazal can be written. How is it possible to write a ghazal? And you cannot exceed certain limits. So there are limitations that you have to keep in mind. So Merwin translates it into 3 ways. But again, you have to interrogate and ask yourself, is the internal rhythm, is the whole philosophy, is the ideology that is being carried, Ishrat-e qatra hai, qatra, small drop of water, and the luxury that the water has and how it can go and join the sea. So there's a whole philosophy behind it. This was one example. I will give you another example. This is again by Merwin and David Ray. This share is Bazicha atfal hai duniya mere aage. Bazicha atfal hai duniya mere aage. Hota hai shaboroz tamasha mere aage. Now Merwin translates it in one sentence, in one line, and says, to me this world is a children's playground, full stop. To me this world is a children's playground. Ghalib sher is, Bazicha atfal hai duniya mere aage. Hota hai shaboroz tamasha. I leave it to you to judge, to ponder, to think whether this is a translation that holds good or it does not, it falls flat. I understand it falls flat. The second is by David Ray, which is another very important poet of America. David Ray says, so many lines are there, since I began ogling colors in dime stores, one line. Second line, all manners of toys and bubbles. Third line, I have been ecstatic, it is like. Fourth line, other habits I learned slowly, then sped up. 4 lines. I'm not counting lines basically here. I'm trying to understand whether David Ray has been able to take Ghalib in the spirit that Ghalib or any other poet whom you translate and whom you meet, sometimes they would say, this is not what I meant at all. This must ring a bell in your mind. This is Eliot. This is not what I meant at all. It says in Love Songs of J. Alfred Prufrock. So Ghalib would say, this is not what I meant at all. And this is what you are doing to me. So David Ray considers him in one particular way, W.S. Merwin yet another, Fitzmaurice. There are 7, 8 poets in that book, and it's a very interesting book. You should read that, and you should be able to understand then how experiments in translation would really matter to a person who is engaging himself or herself with the act of translation. I will move on to another set of examples. This is by Ahmad Ali. Ahmad Ali, you all know, students of English would know also very well. Ahmad Ali's, and those verses, those shades that Ahmad Ali has done, incidentally, I also have done those. So I will take liberty to read some of my own translations there as well when I'm talking of Ahmad Ali's translations. This is one share. Dile nada tujhe hua kya hai? It's very simple, it seems. So, Dile nada tujhe hua kya hai? Aakhir is dard ki dawa kya hai? Now Ahmad Ali says, my foolish heart, what is ailing thee? My foolish heart, what's ailing thee? What is thy sorrow's remedy? There is you can see that there's a rhyme, remedy thee. This is Ahmad Ali. And I have also tried my hand. My naive heart, what ails you, what? So there is a gesture I have brought in. What ails you, what? Dil nada tujhe hua kya hai? Even though Ghalib says it once, tujhe hua kya hai, and goes away. I put it like this, my naive heart, what ails you, what? What's the cure for this ache, what? Now, I'll draw your attention to the use of word here, dil nada. Nada, Ahmad Ali takes as, with all respects, foolish heart. I take it as a naive heart, because I consider that a foolish heart and naive heart are two different things. Ghalib definitely didn't mean a foolish heart. I think so. This is my way of looking at it. But I do not say that Ahmad Ali's translation was bad in any way. So there's a wonderful translator of Ghalib, and of course his book called the Golden, I forget the name, Golden. So that book, if you look at the classical Urdu poets, there are wonderful translations you will find there. There's another shade which Ahmad Ali has done, and I have also tried my hand. Jabke tujbin nahi koi, the same ghazal. I'm talking of the same ghazal. Jabke tujbin nahi koi maujood, phir ye hangama e khuda kya hai? Now this is a longer say ghazal. There are 12 and 13 couplets here, shares here. Ahmad Ali has chosen about 6, 7. So jabke tujbin nahi koi maujood, phir ye hangama e khuda kya hai? Ahmad Ali does it. Wherefore all this tumult, O Lord? Wherefore all this tumult, O Lord, when nothing exists without thee? Ahmad Ali. I do it like this. There is none around but you. What then is this hubbub? What? Now, jab ke tujbin nahi koi maujood, phir ye hangama. Hangama, he does it as tumult. And I don't use any tumult or anything. I simply say there's more around you. There is none around you but you. So this is the kind of a difference that the two translators engage with while doing this. I quote another share from the same ghazal. Ye pari chehra log kaise hain? Ushwao ghamzo ada kya hai? Very highly Persianized. Now Ahmad Ali does it like this. Who are these beguiling ones? Very perfectly done, I understand. Who are these beguiling ones? What is this winking, ogling, coquetry? Words which are not familiar with we are generally, and he uses it here. Just for example, he used wherefore. This is not a common vocabulary of today, not a contemporary vocabulary, yet he uses it. I do it like this. Who are these fairy-faced who? Who are these? So I have also tried to cut here short. Ye pari chehra log kaise hain? Then ushwa ghamza wada, I do it like this. What dainty mild manners what? So ushwa ghamza ada, 3 things. I found it extremely difficult to engage with this, and therefore I summed it up. What dainty mild manners what? Then another share of the same ghazal. Sabzo gul kahan se aaye hain? Abr kya cheez hai? Hawa kya hai? Highly philosophical. Such a wonderful share. Sabzo gul kahan se aaye hain? Abr kya cheez hai? Hawa kya hai? Where has the cloud come from? What is? This is Ahmad Ali. First line. The air, the rose, the greenery. Ahmad Ali. My translation is, where from the meadows, the blossoms? What is that cloud, this wind? What? I'm just trying to present before you so that you can comparatively study translations. In the previous session, a question was raised when Hisham was speaking about one text being translated by several persons and how it makes sense or it doesn't. So from that point of view, you can comparatively read translations from two different translators. There is another very interesting share. Jaan tum par nisar karta hoon. Main nahi janta. Dua kya hai? Ahmed Ali says, devoted to you with all my heart. I know not prayer or piety. मैं नहीं जानता dua kya hai. For dua, he uses two words, prayer and piety. What I do is this: I simply lay this life for you. I know not what prayer, what. I simply lay this life for you. I know not what prayer, what. Then you have Ishrate Qatra. This share has come again also, earlier also, where Fitzsimons has done it in one line. Ishrate Qatra hai darya mein fana ho jana, dard ka had se guzarna hai daba ho. Again, a philosophical share. Ahmed Ali says, the joy of every drop is to merge into the sea. The third line is, when pain exceeds all bounds. The fourth line is, it becomes its remedy. Ahmed Ali does it into 4 lines. He makes it into a quatrain. Then I do it like this. The drop's luxury is to join the ocean. When pain exceeds, pain becomes a potion. So I've done it in the way the share composed of or constituted of 2 lines. I've tried to sum it up in 2 lines, while Ahmed Ali chooses to do it in 4 lines. My translation is, the drop's luxury is to join the ocean. When pain exceeds, pain becomes a potion. The last, the Bazi chaye atfal hai duniya mein. This again has come earlier. Bazi chaye atfal hai duniya mere aage, hota hai shab roz tamasha mere aage. Ahmed Ali says, the world is for me but child's play. What is, I watch this worldling both day and night. I watch this worldling both day and night. I do it like this. The world's merely a playground, I must say. The world is merely a playground, I must say. I can see the play go on night and day. This is my translation of that Sher Bazi Chaye Atfal Hai Duniya Mere Aage. Now, I'm going to read some of my own translations of Ghalib without comparing with anyone. And I would like you to listen to it and to be, I just don't want to project that my translation. I'm not in the business of projecting. I'm just trying to say that this is how I have been trying to appreciate and trying to translate Ghalib. I have some examples before you, and these are हजारों ख्वाहिशें ऐसी कि हर ख्वाहिश पे दम निकले, बहुत निकले मेरे अरमान लेकिन फिर भी कम निकले. Now, this is a very well-known sheer. The book that I published last year is, which is a anthology, a collection of Urdu ghazals from Quli Qutub Shah to now 600 years that I have tried, 500 years that I have tried to cover there. So the book, the title of that book is Hazar Khwahishein Aisi, The Wonderful World of Urdu Ghazals, done by HarperCollins last year. The book's title was something else, but the publisher told me, HarperCollins told me that this is going to be the title, and I really like this title because I never thought that an English book would have a title from Urdu and Hazar. So they said that no, they had their own policy, that is their market. They had the market before them. Hazar Khwahishein will sell better than if you give it some other name. So, and it really worked very well. People were curious to know what is this Hazar Khwahishein, and this sheer was very well known. So I put this sheer there. I have not translated this ghazal. I put this sheer there in the beginning of the book. On 3rd page you will find this. हजारों ख्वाहिशें ऐसी कि हर ख्वाहिश पे दम निकले, बहुत निकले मेरे अरमान लेकिन फिर भी का. Desires and thousands I had, for each I would die. Desires and thousands I had, for each I would die. With many I had luck, for many I would sigh. हजारों ख्वाहिशें ऐसी. In the 3rd or 4th page of the book, which I dedicated to someone who is the founder of Rekhta Foundation, he's the founder, Mr. Sanjeev Saraf. I dedicated this book to Rekhta Foundation and its founder. And there I use this Sher of Ghalib, Ishq se tabiyat ne zeest ka maza paya, dard ki dawa pai, dard be dawa paya. Because Mr. Saraf says that I'm in love with the Urdu language, and that is what led him to start this website called Rekhta. And it is now having the largest viewership and the largest website for Urdu or any other language or literature in the world. So, Ishq se tabiyat ne zeest ka maza paya, and dard ki dawa pai, dard be dawa paya. So what I did like this, which is on the 4th page probably of the book, love brought me the joys of life for sure. Love brought me the joys of life for sure. where is that? A cure for pain, a pain of no cure. I tried to maintain the rhythm, the internal rhythm which I was talking about, which is brought into the ghazal through the words, the line length, and the qafiya and the radif and the internal rhythm, the music of ideas that we're referring to. Then another which is not yet published. There are some which are not yet published. I'm quoting from there. पूछते हैं वो कि गालिब कौन है, कोई बतलाओ कि हम बतलाएं क्या. My rendering is, they ask Ghalib, Ghalib who? Let someone say, I have no clue. पूछते हैं वो कि गालिब कौन है, कोई बतलाओ कि हम बतलाएं क्या. Now there is a gesture. I have tried to imitate this gesture here. They ask Ghalib, then there is a dash. Ghalib who? Let someone say, I have no clue. So there is a gesture in the share of Ghalib, and I have tried to imitate that gesture. I don't know whether I have been able to make it. Then Zindagi, well, let's जान दी हुई उसी की थी, हक तो ये है कि हक अदा न हुआ. जान दी हुई उसी की थी, हक तो ये है कि हक अदा न हुआ. I do it like this. I gave up life. This life was a gift. It is true. I could not pay indeed what all was due. So this is what I have been trying to do with been trying to experiment with this. था जिंदगी में मर्ग का खटका लगा हुआ, उड़ने से पेशतर भी मेरा रंग जर्द था. All my life I feared the impending death. I was brown even before my last breath. So what I was trying to do, you have been able, if you are listening to me, you would be able to know what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to imitate the rhythm, the internal rhythm, and also trying to keep engaging with the line length, which I will come to. Well, I will conclude in a minute or two. I'll conclude, and then you'll be able to engage with me later. दोस्त गमखारी में मेरी सही फरमाएंगे क्या, जख्म के भरने तलक नाखून न बढ़ जाएंगे क्या. Again there is a gesture. What I do, what can my friends do to soothe me in pain? Wouldn't my nails grow to get a wound again? There is a tone here which is very lowly tone compared with Ghalib's tone. This is very low tone. I'm not saying lowly, low tone here. Wouldn't my nails grow to get a wound again? Asking oneself. ढांपा कफन ने, this is wonderful share, look at this. ढांपा कफन ने दागे उयूबे बरहनगी, वरना मैं हर लिबास में नंगे वजूद था. I do it like this. My coffin covered me from anyone seeing, but I was ever naked in my very being. And the last is, आह को चाहिए एक उम्र असर होने तक. होते तक, it's not होने तक. People often say होते तक. आह को चाहिए एक उम्र असर होते तक. कौन जीता है तेरी जुल्फ के सर होते तक. I have done it like this. My veils need a lifetime to reach the heart. Wait, oh wait. Now I took a decision. How to reflect, how to engage with hote tak idea. So I developed my own way of looking at it. My veils, ah ko chahiye ek umr asar hote tak, kaun jeeta hai teri. So I do it like this. My veils need a lifetime to reach the heart. Wait, oh wait, asking myself. But who can live that long to see it reach? Wait, oh wait. I might have deviated. I might have made some improvisations. I might have tried to develop some own kind of a gesture for myself and to pass it on to the reader. But I thought that might be a way of looking at Ghalib and translating. I would just sum up without elaborating some of my methods which I have followed and which I have, with which I have been able to engage with Ghalib. What I have done, I'm sharing this method of mine with you. I'm sharing a secret that I have been following all through. So this is my method of translating Ghalib or any other word that I engage with, especially the ghazal poet. I do the syllable count. I always count the syllables. How many syllables are there that I'm going to choose for myself? The first line will have that syllable, and the second line should also have the same syllable count. Difficult though, but I try to stick to that. Second is that there is a uniform number of syllables. 6 or 7 syllables are there. So the second line will also have 6 or 7 syllables. It's a very mechanical exercise, very mathematical, but it has paid me dividends. Then the second consideration is that there is a uniform number of syllables. So if there are 6, there are 6 in the second line also. 7, then 7. Then the third technique which I discovered for myself is that words should be of the similar length. Not that one word should be very small word of 3 letters or 4 letters, and the second word will be of 7 or 8 letters. The rhyme will be killed there. The rhyme will suffer. The rhythm and the rhyme both. The rhythm and the rhyme both. The internal rhythm will go away. So the third principle I developed for myself: word of similar length should be there to be able to maintain that harmony in the context. Then this is not in the ghazal which I introduced in my translation. Urdu ghazal or otherwise Urdu prose also doesn't have that very strict punctuation. It doesn't say, you don't punctuate your lines, especially the ghazal writer, the poets don't punctuate their shir, their misras go. And you know how you have to step and where you have to stop. Where is a comma and where is a semicolon? You know, you are trained, your ears are trained and your eyes are trained. So you read it and you don't make any mistakes. But I thought that I was transferring it to the English reader who would not understand this loss of punctuation. So I put punctuation, commas and semicolons and dashes and colons in my translations of Ghalib and other poets, so that I thought that I'll be able to communicate. Without those punctuations, it will not make sense to the English reader. So this was my fourth strategy. My fifth strategy was to maintain the line length. So there has to be the same line length, because I wanted to the visual entity. Ghazal is a visual entity. Similarly, I thought that my translation should have a visual entity. It should not be in 3 lines or 4 lines. It should have visual entity. Line length should be there, and it should be in one frame. So I tried to create a frame. And then finally, what I did, that neutrality of gender as far as possible. Because there is a neutrality of gender, I also tried to maintain this neutrality of gender in my works. So let the imagination, it should be on the reader to imagine who is the addressee, the male or the female. In Urdu poetry, it is the male who is the addressee, but you can take it for the other as well. And this addressee sometimes God. So the Urdu poetry and Urdu ghazal especially leaves it as well. Gender neutrality is there. Then I have tried to maintain qafiya and radif as far as possible. Radif I have been able to do. Qafiya has been very difficult. But in about 20, and if you look at that book, Hazaro Khwaisha, you will find that there are some examples where I've been able to look at qafiya and radif both. And syllable count is there, and the line length is there, and the length of the word, how many letters are used. So I've tried to do that. And I've tried to imitate, to create that internal rhythm, because I've taken all these. So these are 6, 7 principles which I've, devised for myself, which I followed, which I thought has, I'm not sure whether it will stand the test, but the reviews which I got of the book were very rave reviews. It's not because, it may not be because that the translations were good, but it means because Urdu is very, it catches your attention, it holds your attention. Ghazal holds your attention. So maybe it was because of the form, maybe because of the rhythm, because of the internal rhythm, which I often insist on. Maybe because of the poets with whom you want to engage. It may not be because of my translations, but this is what I humbly tried to develop my methodology, so that I can engage with a poet like Ghalib or Mir or others. And if you have time and if you can lay your hands upon the book that I'm referring to, you might find the methodology that I've tried to evolve in doing this. Friends, I would like to engage with you if you have questions, and I would like to answer them as far as possible. I don't need to take more time, because it's already, I think I have already met my time limit. So thank you very much, my friends, for giving me this opportunity to talk to you. I will be very happy if there are questions that I can take.
Thank you, sir. Just an addition. I talked about the book that Anisa translated of Urdu Ghazal, and I forgot the name. Though sir has taken that name, Hazaro Khwaishe Aisi. So the wonderful world of Urdu Ghazals by Harper Collins. And certainly you will cherish the translation there in that book. Thank you so much, sir. Neha ma'am.
It's okay, fine.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Anish Rahman sir, for this wonderful lecture. And the entire chat box is flooded with the appreciation. And not just the content, the enriched content, but your oratory skill. Someone has written that it seems that you're a river of knowledge, which is flowing with so much musicality and rhythm. And somebody has written that it's auditory treat to listen to you. And definitely they are correct.
I'm very humbled.
No, sir, it was very enriching lecture, no doubt. And every sentence was giving us something or the other to understand and to get into again in translation and books and theories and practices as well. Saket, I'm sure that there are some questions and people would like to get the answer. So just if you can carry forward the question answer session, that would be very nice.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for such an enriching session. We are having some questions. I'm putting it up. There's a question by Prashant M. Manikar. He's asking, in case of the same language and translator, should the translator adopt domestication or foreignization or a mixture? Should a translator transfer the culture-specific items in tune with the target language audience, culture-specific items, or carry the cultural ethos into another language or culture?
Okay. Thank you for this question, which is a very academic question. If I were to teach a class in translation or translation theory, I would use these words with comfort. But when you don the garb of a translator, you forget all these foreignization and domestication and the cultural roots, etc., etc. I know about these as a teacher, maybe, but when you sit with a text to translate, I have no idea what these words mean to me. For example, there are certain cultural equivalents. He referred to that. For example, there is a word called zulf. Now, how do you do this? And I refer to lots of cultural reference and also to religious or related with faith, to romance and other things. I am the opinion of late. I think that all such words need not be translated again and again. Well, I remember one Canadian poet's interview where he's talking about the Canadian identity. And he says with great confidence, says that I have told you my name, my dear, so many times. I will not tell you my name once again. You have to know me who I am. There was a time when we used to gloss words, especially the culture-specific words, so that my foreign reader would know. Now, no longer do we translate roti as a leavened bread. We just say roti. Dupatta we don't translate now. Therefore, I am of the opinion that certain words should be left as they are. One of the jobs of translators or translation is to expand the area or the horizon of meaning to other areas where you are trying to reach out. So why is it necessary for all the time to gloss a word? Let the person who is engaging with you know also what this word could mean. If we are reading an English text and a French word comes, he doesn't explain to us. So we have to go to the sources to find what this particular word would mean. So I'm not at all aware of any critical theory when I translate this. But when I was aware when doing it in the translation or exercising some kind of doing some exercise with the students. So if I have taken the question, I'm not very sure if I have taken the question right. But my way of looking at it is that I take it as I approach a translation, a text, in a very innocent manner. I read it like a common reader first. I do a draft without going into the details of it. And what brings me closer to my final version is hundreds of revisions. Let me also share a secret with you that this book, Hazaro Khwahisha, has taken me 10 years to complete. Because one was never ready. One first thing was that, do I have the courage to translate the Ghazal's translation? It was an impossible task. It took me 10 years. So I kept back coming to my translations again and again. Then the publisher took another several years because they thought that poetry would not sell. But this book did well, I understand. So what I'm trying to say that I approach text as an innocent reader. I don't know. I just approach. Then one by one layers of meaning start opening. Then you know the author whom you are approaching. Then you know the author in greater detail. Then you look at his sensibility. Then you try to develop a dialogue with him, with his language, with his metaphor, with his culture. So there are various, and then you try to engage. So you start as an innocent fellow, then you go deeper into it, and you come out what is generally known as a translator within quotes. So these are the questions which are important to engage with, but you engage it at a secondary level. Primary level, I don't engage with these things. Primary level, I just look at the text, and the text communicates to me as a layman, it would communicate to, and then I engage with the text at a deeper level. And then these questions of translatability and dialogue and collaboration and changing the order of the word, because translation is writing is order in word. Translation is revising that order of the word. So how do you revise these things come to me later. But as a translator, I just shut the books which are of theory, which relate with theory or with the ideas of translation, etc. I look at it directly. But then ultimately and unconsciously I reach to the theory, which is something which is very, very hidden. It's a part of your sensibility. That's how you look at the text. I don't know if I've been able to take his question correctly, but that is my response to that.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. There is a question by Sarfaraz Nawaz, sir. He says, as far as my understanding of Ghalib as a poet, I find him one of the most difficult poets to be translated. I just wished to get your inputs on one of the aspects of Ghalib, where I discover him having certain similarities with the metaphysical poets. In a number
Yes.
of his shades, we have metaphors almost like a metaphysical conceit.
Right. Sarfaraz Sahab, very interesting question, very important. The first thing, first, the second question was regarding wit. Yes, you are very true. He reminds me often of John Donne. And you, as an English teacher, you must also be reminded of John Donne when you are reading Ghalib. Let me share one thing with all the academics who are here. All through my career, teaching career, 36 years plus, I used to teach an English or American text and directly engaged with that text. So if I was an American poet, I usually taught poetry. Mostly I taught poetry. So I taught that poet only and made some references, if at all, with another contemporary or past American poet, or sometimes with a British poet. It dawned upon me much later, in the last 10 years of my career as a teacher, that if I bring Ghalib to the understanding of John Donne, it will work wonders. And when I, Sarfaraz Sahab, I tell you, when I did this, उनकी आंखें खुल गई लड़कों की, students की, लड़कियों की. They then understood what Ghalib was and how in relation to Ghalib Donne could be understood. So metaphysical conceit is very much there, of course, and there are several examples. Ghalib comes very close to metaphysical poets, and more importantly, to Donne, John Donne. Another question, another point that he was trying to make, I'm forgetting, Saket, what was that? One was regarding this, wit. And
in number,
there was another.
Yes, sir. He says that in a number of his shares, we have metaphors almost like
difficulty. Yes, Ghalib is a very difficult poet, very, very difficult poet. I happened to interview a poet for Ikhta some time ago, and I was asking him about these his likes and how he writes, etc. So he says कि मीर मुझे इसलिए पसंद है कि मीर मुझे समझ में आता है. गालिब को लोग बहुत समझते होंगे, मैं नहीं समझता, बहुत मुश्किल शायर है. The truth is this. Ghalib is an extremely difficult poet, very, very difficult poet. The other thing is that what we have got from Ghalib, especially I'm talking the Urdu Diwan, it's a very selected. बहुत सी चीजें तो गालिब ने निकाल दी, मुस्तरद कलाम बहुत है. Lots of things which he hasn't included. He was very conscious about what he was going to pass on. So भर्ती के शेर नहीं लेते थे. He didn't take things which were not going to hold good for in the years to come, in the future. So Ghalib is definitely a very difficult poet. For example, take the very first share of his Diwan, नक्श फरियादी है किसकी शोखी तहरीर का, कागजी है पैरहन हर पै करे तस्वीर. So unless you know the references, the Persian, the kind of the man who used to guard the paper and the whole body was covered with that and the blood. So there's lots of angle. Similarly, there are many shares in Ghalib which harks back and goes to the origins of language, to culture, to faith, and lots of configurations that you can possibly have in your mind. So he's a highly philosophically, deeply rooted poet, and Ghalib is an extremely difficult poet. What keeps us close to Ghalib is this, that in spite of being an extremely difficult poet, we go to him because, in spite of all his difficulty, he appeals to us. And we go into him, we join into the journey, the voyage we take, and we pass with him, and we keep on moving with him, and we ultimately discover him bit by bit. I personally, if you look at if you ask me, who do you like better, Ghalib, I went to Ghalib first. Everyone goes to Ghalib first. I came to Mir much later. And what a poet. He leaves Ghalib far behind. Mir ustad hai, Ghalib shair bahut bada hai. Ghalib is a great poet. Mir is a great craftsman. Uske itna bada ustad Urdu ne paida nahi kiya. So this is the difference we need. Mir is a great, great poet. Ghalib is a great master, but also a great poet. So this is the distinction. Ghalib is a very difficult poet, no doubt. Saket, I can't hear you.
Saket,
You have to unmute.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The next question is from Dr. Mustafizur Mullah. He says, I congratulate you, Professor, for the thoughtful information. I would like to know from you, what are the basic principles you actually followed while translating the great works? Thank you.
Translating the?
Great
Translating
works.
which word? Which
Great
words?
works. Great works. He's saying great works.
Okay, okay. I talked about my methodology towards the end of my talk. There are 6, 7 things that I refer to. That syllable count, uniform number of syllables, line length, same number of words used, the introduction of punctuation, and the maintenance of qafi and radif, and finally the maintenance of the internal rhythm. This was the general principle, but this was much more relevant when I took up Ghalib. I haven't translated much of Ghalib. For that selection there are 2, but otherwise I have done some. So these are the general principles which I have tried to. Every translator evolves his own methodology. This was the methodology that I followed, and I thought that this would suit me. And the next anthology, which is due this year, which is a collection of Urdu Nazm, because both these books will form, it will give you a complete idea. And that is also from the 16th century Quli Qutub Shah start from and come to the latest now, the poets writing today. So there also have tried to follow, though it is Nazm. Nazm is very different, and you have all kinds of Nazm. You have Morra, and you have Azad, and you have Nasri, and you have Paband, and you have, and I have put there Musaddas bhi, Masnavi bhi, Marsiya bhi, sab kuch hai uske andar. So for each there you will discover when you get that book. For each of those texts, I have discovered a different kind of rhythm, because if you do a Marsiya, it will have a different rhythm altogether. If you do a Qasida, it will have a different rhythm altogether. So this is a matter of how you engage with the text, because all these literary forms, especially the forms of poetry, make their own kinds of demand. So that is the book which will appear, and I hope that to some of the readers, as Mustafiz has tried to pinpoint, so some answers will be there, as some answers are here in the Ghazal book.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Alia Muzaffar is asking, could you share some technique of translating a short story? Can counting of syllables technique be effective in it?
No, it will not be there. Why I do syllables? Because it works, especially in the ghazals, and sometimes in the nazm also. If you are doing the Paband nazm, you will do that. But prose it's a running text. One sentence joins another, and yet another, and yet another, and you make a paragraph. And each paragraph stands for one set of ideas. Then you move to the next, and you move to the third paragraph and the fourth, and that is how one section of a chapter is completed, or one essay is completed. Then you go to another section. So you don't need to count syllables there at all. What you need to do there is, though I'm not a translator of fiction or prose work, generally some I have done. So what I do there is that to get hold of the idea presented in what particular paragraph, because each paragraph, grammatically speaking, from the thought point of view, how the thought progresses. So you have to catch hold of the thought that is there in first paragraph and the second paragraph, so that there is a unity in all the paragraphs taken to it. And finally, you can compose that, and then your ideas come from. So syllable count is not possible there. One shouldn't be worrying about that at all. But of course, every language has its own rhythm. So when you translate a prose work or a short story, so you will have to keep that rhythm. For example, if you translate Intizar Sahab on the one hand, and if you translate Premchand on the other hand, or you take Qurratul Ain Hadar, the language will differ, the rhythm will differ. The kind of nostalgia or the memories of the past, the myth that Intizar Sahab creates will be a different kind of situation if you are translating a Premchand. So there also that rhythm will count, but not syllable count.
Saket Nizar sir has joined.
Yes, sir. So this was the last question also, actually. So
Wonderful.
thank you so much, sir. Actually, to be honest, thanking you is a very small word for all of us, as you have been as a guardian with all of us from day one. So thank you so much for this wonderful and enriching session.
My pleasure, Saket. My pleasure, Neha ji, Yahya Sahab, everyone else here. the teacher in charge, and all the members of the faculty. My great pleasure being here.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
You
you,
all the
sir. Thank you
participants. We are
so much,
moving.
sir.
Thank you so
Thanks.
much, sir. And now I hand over this virtual platform again formally to Saket so that he can initiate our next session. And speaker from Jordan has already joined us. And just take over, Saket, so that we can proceed further. Because time is a big constraint, so I think we need to handle it, in a very systematic manner.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I think Riyaz sir is not here. First of all, I welcome sir, and thank you so much for being here with us. Though you need no such introduction, we all know about you a lot, but still, I would like to call SM Yahya Ibrahim sir, Dr. SM Yahya Ibrahim sir, for the introduction of sir. Sir, please.
Nizar sir, Assalamu alaikum, most welcome. Your video, your audio need to be unmuted, sir, your mic. Nizar sir, your mic has to be unmuted. Let me check. He's online. Just give me some minutes. Okay.
Is it muted now? Is it muted?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
sir.
yes.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. Dear audience, as you know that this session by Nizar Sartawi sir was scheduled on day 1, but due to some emergency reasons on his part at Jordan, he was unable to join us that day. He is here, and Nizar Sartawi sir is a Palestinian poet, a translator, committed to building bridges between nations of the globe through poetry and poetic translations. He believes that poetry, like other arts, has the power of bringing people together. Nizar Sartawi sir is a member of numerous local Arab and international literary and cultural organizations. He is basically in the Jordanian Writers Association and the Arab Writers Association as well, which we mentioned in our poster also. He has participated in a number of Arab and international literary conferences and poetry festivals, and reading in Jordan, Palestine, Lebanon, Morocco, Egypt, Dubai, Sharjah, Kosovo, and twice in India, once in Vijayawada, and the next was in Kerala. So Sartawi sir has published more than 25 books. His poetry and translations in both Arabic and English have been anthologized and published in literary journals, magazines, newspapers, and literary websites in different parts of the world. His poetry has been translated in more than a dozen languages. Sartawi sir was awarded the first prize in translation by Al-Noor Literary Organization, that was in 2013, the Naji Naman Award for Creativity in 2018, and Jerusalem Intellectuals Forum Honorary Award in 2019. And to tell you, dear audience, that among the contemporary Arabic poets, Nizar Sartawi sir is certainly and surely a very strong voice and a very sensitive voice. He, apart from his poetry in Arabic, is also translating Arabic poets into English. So as on day 1, we were talking about, Anisur Rahman sir has also mentioned that we wanted to have the information that was what is going on with regard to translation in the Arabic world. So sir is here. We welcome sir with the deepest core of our heart. Nizar sir, the session is all yours. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Well, respected professors, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really greatly honored and privileged to have the opportunity to be with you today. If only virtually, owing to the pandemic COVID-19. However, I do feel I am standing directly before you face to face as though I were physically participating in this very significant event. And therefore I speak modestly, humbled to be in the presence of such learned and conversant academicians and intellectuals dedicated to true research, knowledge, and education. Since the breakout of the pandemic, COVID-19, I have been constantly following statistics with in India, with a total of about 3.4 million cases, a death toll exceeding 77,000, and a daily loss exceeding 1,000 souls. I know people of India are paying a high price. I do feel very sad for these caught in the virus, and those who experienced all the pain and suffering associated with it, and those who lost their lives. For me, they are all martyrs, regardless of their faith, the faith they embrace. For I see all of us, metaphorically at least, as the children of God, as brothers and sisters in humanity. Therefore, I would like to express my deepest condolences to the people of India, to all the families who lost their loved ones, relatives, friends, neighbors, acquaintances, or colleagues. Before I move to my paper about poetry translation, I'd like to tell you how I have become so attached to India. So far, I have participated in 3 international poetry events in your lovely and great country. I was invited to many other events, but of course, due to constraints, I couldn't come. Now, let me move to my session today, and the title is concerning translation, Trudging Up the Path of Poetry Translation. And I'm using trudging in the sense that it is a slow and difficult and complicated task. Translating poetry is often viewed as an extremely complicated task. To some translators, scholars, translating poetry is a mission impossible, owing to the uniqueness of poetic language, which sets it apart from other literary genres, including drama, fiction, and nonfiction. Scholars who believe that poetry is translated admit that it does not lend itself easily to translation. They believe that translating poetry is a very challenging undertaking, which requires broad knowledge, a passion for poetry, and a high degree of proficiency in both source language and target language. Additionally, the translator must have a deep understanding of the source language, culture, and naturally their own. Now, this paper discusses a few theories, modes, paradigms, discusses equivalence, which is a highly problematic concept. It also talks about translation strategies, specifically the choice between domestication and foreignization. It also tackles the assumption that the translator must only translate from a foreign language to their native language and not vice versa. And also, there's a question related to the legitimacy of translating poetry through a medium language. Now, although the translator's awareness of such concepts can help them determine what direction to take, strict conformity can also put a limit to their creativity. Therefore, I believe they should take a broader view of these concepts and blend. Now, to begin, then this debate over the translatability of poetry has continued for centuries and will probably continue to be a bone of contention in the future. In the 9th century, for example, the Arab versatile prose writer, whose name is Al-Jahiz, noted that in the mind of bilingual people, the 2 languages they master are apt to be repressed by each other. One language represses the other, and vice versa. In other words, each language tries to take precedence over the other. Speaking specifically of poetry, Al-Jah has contended that it is neither translatable nor should be translated. When converted to another language, he maintains, poetry loses its rhythmic pattern, its beauty, and the effect of astonishment it produces on the reader or listener. This concern about the aesthetic aspect being lost through translation has been repeatedly emphasized by different scholars. The medieval Italian phrase traditore traditere. This is Italian, so forgive me for not translating it correctly. But this phrase does reflect this dissatisfaction with poetry translation. It means translator is a betrayer or is a traitor. The phrase was used by a few Italian literary men who protested against the different translations of Dante's trilogy, the Divine Comedy, because either those translators failed to be faithful to the original text, or their translations came short of the powerful poetic features of the trilogy. Apparently, a sarcastic play on words with this traditore traditore, this play on words has become an adage, or rather a buzz phrase that many people reiterate when they hear a translated poem. Jacobson, in his article on linguistic aspects of translation, which he wrote in 1859, around 170 years ago, asserted that poetry by definition is untranslatable because the art of poetry is predominated by parasomnesia, which means fun, something like that. Now, counter arguments against the translatability of poetry have not been lacking at all, whether by translator, theorists, or poetry translators. This is evinced in not only in the bulk of literature that supports this notion, but also the stupendous amount of poetry of all forms that has been flowing between world languages through translation. Now, here are some issues in translation that I will just touch upon, because in their effort to translate poetry from one language to another, translators have to trudge up a tough path. Challenges mainly lie in two elements: their aptitude and the choices they constantly have to make. So we will take a look at some of these challenges. Let's begin with language and culture. The question of aptitude is related to both aspects, language and culture. Translation scholars emphasize that translators need to have an exceptional mastery of both languages, source language and target language, or what we usually say SL and TL, as well as a deep understanding of the culture with which they are connected. Language and culture are inseparable. They are said to be intertwined or even embedded within each other. This homologous relationship is very important for the translator to understand and cope with. When interacting with a given language, the translator is also interacting with the culture associated with it. It is well understood that no human mind, of course, is capable of memorizing all the vocabulary of any language, including their own. For example, I can't say that I can't claim that I master all the vocabulary, not even 1/4 or even much less than 1/4 of the of Arabic language. And I think that goes for Urdu, Hindi, and English, and all other languages in the world. Similarly, nobody has the capacity to comprehend all the aspects of a given culture. A translator, however, has to be highly resourceful to be capable of finding information relevant to their work. In short, a translator, as Pratipati says, a translator must be a researcher. However, a high level of bilingual proficiency combined with profound intercultural awareness apparently is a characteristic common to all translators, and therefore does not necessarily qualify the translator for undertaking poetry translation. Rather, a poetry translator is expected to be adept at the art of poetry itself. He or she has to be sensitive to the unique language of poetry with all its peculiarities, even to have an affinity with poetry, to feel for it before they engage in translating it. Actually, Dryden said he has the poet, the translator has to be a poet himself. In this connection, it's probably useful to look at the short descriptions of poetry made by famous poets, which a female critic called Colum, reviews in her attempt to find an adequate definition of poetry. Says Colum, people have made memorable comments on poetry or memorable descriptions of it, and several of these will leap at once to the mind of the reader. Wordsworth, that poetry springs from emotion, recollected in tranquility. Matchy Arnold, that it is natural magic. Milton, that it is something subtle, sensuous, and passionate. Poe, Edgar Allan Poe, that its value lies in its elevating excitement, and that, as this excitement cannot be sustained in a long poem, the phrase "a long poem" is a contradiction in terms. In other words, Poe did not believe that a poem should be long at all. Another person called the poet Haussmann has a definition. Poetry, he believes, not the thing said, but the way of saying it. This is a sheer definition that would be hard to beat. So she admired that. Anyway, none of these descriptions or comments met Colum's approval, although there is merit in them. The only description she found adequate was made by Henry Bermond, who was not a poet at all, but a critic, who said that every poem owes its peculiarity, poetic character to the presence, to the radiance, to the transforming and unifying action of a mysterious reality, which we call pure poetry. Koch, on the other hand, defines poetic language as a language in which the sound of the words is raised to an importance equal to that of their meaning, and also equal to the importance of grammar and syntax. He goes on to make the distinction between ordinary language and poetic language. Thus, he says, in ordinary language, the sound of a word is useful almost exclusively in order to identify and to distinguish it from other words. In poetry, its importance is much greater. Poets think of how they want something sound as much as they think of what they want to say. And in fact, it's often impossible to distinguish one from the other. In this connection, I'd like to give an example from a poet who translated a poem by Emily Dickinson into Arabic. And of course, I will not read the Arabic. I will just tell you what he said. There is a very, very short poem by Emily Dickinson. It is it consists of 9 words, and the poem goes like this: least rivers, docile to some sea, my Cassipian thee. That's all, 2 lines, a full poem. Now, I think my friend Hassan did not get the poem. He did not see that this poem was short on purpose. He did not see the function of the word Cassipian. Cassipian is a sea, I think between Turkey and some other country to the east. We call it Kuzwin in Arabic. So he just dwelt on docile to some sea, and he used words like it melts, these rivers melt in the sea, they love it, and so on. So he added words that are not in the original text. Well, I think he missed the point, because the peculiarity of the Cassipian Sea in this poem is that it is a closed sea. It's one of the 4 closed seas in the world. It is the largest. And what the poet was saying, I think, at least that's my own interpretation, is that least rivers, she is that least river. She is that small river. Least rivers decide to some sea. Every river has a sea that it obeys. But you are my Cassipian thee. In other words, as I pour into the Cassipian, no drop is lost, because it doesn't go like the Mediterranean, like the Atlantic. It doesn't go to the other seas. It remains there. In other words, I am all yours. Everything in me, every drop in me is all yours. Also, when we talk about culture is a sensitive matter. For example, in Arabic at least, we cannot translate poems where the erotic element is very strong, or poetry where the atheist aspect is predominant. That is not part of our culture. And therefore, for example, I translated a poem by a Greek poet. It was actually through English, by Henry David Thoreau. And at the end, he is talking to cicada, that little insect, and he is saying, thou art a god, you are a god. I just couldn't put that in Arabic for my readers. So what I said is, you are one of the Greek gods. In other words, those Greek gods in old days. And that was much more acceptable for Arab and Muslim readers. Let me go to some approaches. There are so many approaches to translation. I will just take a few very quickly, beginning with the sociolinguistic approach, where the social context determines what is the social context determines what is translatable and acceptable and what is not. So the example that I gave is an example of this idea that I cannot give people an idea against their beliefs, against their principles. Also, the second one is the communicative or interpretive approach. This gives priority to meaning over language. It goes to meaning. It prefers meaning. It focuses on meaning rather than language. Hermeneutic approach, which according to John Steiner, all human communication is translation. Now, next is the linguistic approach. Linguistics like Venny and Darbelnet, Austin, and so on, interested in language text and structuralism and pragmatism, also examine the process of translating. So language here, from its basic level, is used for translation. The literary approach, where the translator focuses on the aesthetic aspect of the text and the semiotic approach that's concerned with signs and signification, among other aspects of poetry. It discusses the figurative language, such as metaphor, personification, as well as structure of verse. Let me just give an example. Then for the interpretive approach, the poem that I read by Hassan about the Cassipian, this was his own interpretation, and I think he totally deviated from the poet's intention. But another example is Emily Dickinson's poem "To the Sea." Please, it's a very short poem, like most Emily Dickinson's poem. So I'd like to read it to you and see if this can be translated. My river runs to thee, blue sea, wilt thou welcome me? Welcome me? My river, wait, reply. O sea, look graciously. I'll fetch thee brooks from spotted nooks. Say, sea, take me. Now, when I looked at this poem and wanted to translate it, I knew from the first look that it will be impossible for me to imitate those sounds, that alliteration, say, see, that rhythm, all those rhymes, very difficult. And there we go with the language of poetry. Next, I want to move to equivalence. What is equivalence? Which is one of the basic ideas in translation. Equivalence in translation, simply refers to the resemblance or similarity between a word, phrase, or expression in one language and its counterpart in another. It's a topic that has been discussed actually by most translation theorists, including Jacobson, Nida, Catford, Fargal, and Baker. Fargal is, I think, a Palestinian translator and theorist, claims that methods of translation equivalence can be reduced to three types: formal, functional, and ideational. In formal equivalence, we seek resemblance that ensures verbal faithfulness to the original text in source language, regardless of the meaning communicated to the native speaker of the source language. For example, in English, the expression "over my head" would be translated in Arabic as something, say, a physical object that's on top of my head or positioned at a higher level than my head. Naturally, such a translation does not convey to the listener the idiomatic meaning of the phrase "over my head," which means beyond my capacity, or more than I can handle, more than I can do. By contrast, in functional equivalence, we move away from this literal meaning in the target language and select a phrase or string of words that bear resemblance, idiomatic resemblance to the phrase in source language. For example, to translate the following sentence into Arabic: progress cannot be stopped by the criticism of scoundrels. We may use the Arabic proverb, and I will just give it to you in English. Dogs bark, but the caravan moves on. It gives the same sense, the same meaning, but it doesn't give the words. But both are idiomatic in English and in Arabic. Now, as for ideational equivalence, Fargal notes that it is used when formal equivalent doesn't serve our purpose or has no significance, and functional equivalence is not also available. In other words, we don't have a counterpart, nor any formal translation that helps us. For instance, take the idiom, hold your horses. This is idiomatic in English, and we don't have a counterpart in Arabic. So we just give the sense of it. What it means is wait. Now, in her treatment of equivalence, Muna Baker offers an equivalence typology that consists of 5 levels. Equivalence at a word level is dealing with the meaning of a single word and expression. Equivalence above the word level that examines combinations of words and phrases. Grammatical equivalence, which focuses on grammatical categories. Textual equivalence that explores the text level, word order, cohesion, and so on. And pragmatic equivalence dealing with the way texts are used in communicative context. Let me just give you a few examples from Arabic. In Arabic poetry, if we want to translate it, we have the word safe. Safe simply means sword. It has no other connotation. But we have other words for safe, for sword. We have muhannad. Muhannad is a sword that comes from India, because muhannad, because we say from Hind. Or Yamani. Yamani is the name of a sword because it comes from Yemen. And I think when the poet writes or uses whether the word safe or muhannad or Yemani, it doesn't mean other than safe. So do we dwell on this? Do we stop? Do we convey the meaning? I would settle for the word sword in English, for example, because I don't want to say an Indian sword, because that doesn't give much significance to the translation, or a Yemeni sword. Let me give you another example from English to Arabic. Mist, fog, and haze. These 3 words there's a lot of difference between them. Mist, for example, in mist, the distance of visibility is longer than fog, maybe more than 1 kilometer, whereas in fog, it's less than 1 kilometer. These are particles of water, droplets of water in the air that make the mist or fog. Haze, on the other hand, is about particles that are not water, and we see some kind of color in the horizon. How do we translate these into Arabic? Really, I looked at the dictionary and I found different synonyms for all of them. The same synonyms for mist or fog or haze were the same. I had a choice. I could choose any of them, but they all gave the same meanings in Arabic. In other words, they are in Arabic, they are synonymous. Give you another example. The word offices in English. Office is a place, as we know it, office is a place where we work or run business. Now, in one poem by an American Black poet, the poet says about his father that even on Sundays, he used to work and to clean the boys' shoes when he was young. And so his Sunday was not a holiday. Even on Sunday, he was working. He elaborates on this, and then now that he has grown up, he realizes how he did not appreciate the offices of love. I saw the translation of a poet, and he called it makatib. Makatib is literally, in Arabic, makatib is literally offices in the workplace. And for me, it sounded as though these are offices that make it easy, facilitates lovers to meet or to get married or something like that. Whereas offices has another meaning, duties. And that's where the translator needs to be careful, to be a researcher. If he or she does not find the meaning fitting, he or she should go and look for other meanings, other shades of meanings for this one. I can also talk of another poem that I translated by the Irish poet, the late Irish poet, Seamus Heaney. Seamus Heaney died a few years ago after winning the Nobel Prize. Then let me just tell you about this poem, a couple of words. The name is Follower. And in this poem, he was the follower when his father was tilling the land. And he said about his father, an expert. He would and fit the bright steel pointed sock. The sod rolled over without breaking, and so on. Now, when I looked at the word sock, I wanted to translate, and I didn't really find a meaning in the dictionary. As I said, a translator has to be resourceful. So what I did is I went to Google Images and looked at sock in a cartoon or something. And it told me that this is a pointed piece that we use to break the soil. So then I knew the word in Arabic. We use the word in Arabic, sikka. So I used sikka. Another example. One translator is called Abu Bakr Hassassin. Translated a poem called The Day After Labor Day. This was by John Graham. Now, this is an example of collocations above single word level. How did he translate the day after Labor Day? He translated as a day after a day full of work. It's the opposite. He didn't know the meaning. He translated Labor Day as a day where we have work. He didn't realize that Labor Day is the day of laborers, when laborers all over the world celebrate. That is the 1st of May. And so he missed the whole point. Now, also I want to give some examples of grammatical level. In grammatical level, in Arabic, for example, we have the verb comes before the noun in verbal sentences. In nominal sentences, we have two nouns without a verb. So, for example, if I want to translate the man came, I would say, came the man in Arabic. Also, the relationship between adjective and noun. In English, they say tall man. In Arabic, we reverse this. We say man tall, just like that. And I think this is a peculiarity of a few languages. Next, I want to move to the question of foreignization and domestication. Now, this is how this question of foreignization and domestication started. Sometime in June 1813, more than 200 years ago, the German scholar Friedrich Schleiermacher delivered a lecture entitled On the Different Methods of Translating. He delivered that lecture at the Royal Academy of Science in Berlin. There he suggested two methods for the translator to choose between. Either the translator leaves the author in peace as much as possible and moves the reader towards him, or he leaves the reader in peace as much as possible and moves the author towards him. Later, these two methods evolved into a polarity introduced by Lawrence Benute. The two, he called them foreignization and domestication. Now, the implications of this dichotomy for translators are twofold. Those who favor foreignization enrich their translation by adding flavor of the culture of the source language. However, they might fall into the trap of word for word rather than sense for sense translation. On the other hand, translators who prefer domestication produce texts that are most attractive to their audience, the target language native speakers. At the same time, they may take too much liberty in their translation, which may distort the original text, and this way the text loses the genuine aesthetic qualities of the poetry they translate. Now, my own personal opinion on this. I think there is no call for extremism in translating poetry. Between foreignization and domestication is a continuum. Therefore, the translator could take a fairly moderate stance rather than leaning on one side on the expense of the other. Now, the last question I want to deal with is translating one's native language to a foreign, from one's native language, the last two actually, translating from one's native language to a foreign language. In other words, for me to translate from Arabic to English, is that legitimate? That's the question. And actually, many translation theorists strongly oppose this idea. They adamantly believe that one should only translate to their mother tongue and not vice versa. In other words, I know English, I don't know Hindi. I should only translate from English to Arabic. But I don't. I do both ways. I translate both ways, in both directions. Of course, I generally tend to agree with this view. I believe if a translator has a native proficiency in a foreign language, then there is no problem. One could also collaborate with a native speaker, either as a reviewer or a co-translator. For example, I collaborated with a German poet who is also a native speaker of English because she lives in the States. I translated a collection of poetry by a Lebanese poet, and she took it and reviewed it. And she made maybe 5 or 6 modifications that I readily accepted. Also, I collaborated in translating a poem or two with an American poet, Veronica Golos, and we translated at least 2 poems, but we plan also to repeat this experience. And it's really fun to do that. The last question is the legitimacy of translating through a third language. What does that mean? It means that I translate from Russian, but because I don't speak Russian, then I use English. And this really happened with me. I once translated a poem by Pushkin and just published it. I was surprised later that one who was a specialist in Russian language, who taught actual Russian language, who was also the head of translation department in one of the universities in Iraq, took 7 poems or 7 translators who translated the same poem. And he started analyzing and then asked the question, did these poets get the idea, the general meaning? The answer was yes, all of them. Did they translate the whole poem from beginning to end correctly? The answer was no. And he selected only, he said, then we will select 3 poems. And mine was first. I was lucky, and I wrote to him later. We became friends later. I said, look, I really translated it from English, and I don't know how good the English translation is. And therefore, well, I feel humbled, but also I feel honored that you selected my poem among those 3 poems. Now, again, translation theorists are against this idea. And they do have a point. This is a situation that's similar to Plato's idea about poetry. You know, poetry, according to Plato, is false because it's an imitation of this world, which in turn is an imitation of the world of ideals. Now, in other words, it is twice removed from reality. The same with this translation, this kind of translation. It is twice removed from the original language. So imagine the loss to the poetic language. However, we must admit that many poets would have remained unknown because few people can translate their poetry to another language, because their language is not well known in the world. It's not English, it's not French, it's not German. But translated through a third language, these poets' poetry has often served as their ticket to fame. Well, I would like to conclude. My mind comes, a poem by Robert Frost comes to my mind. Maybe it's familiar to you. The Road Not Taken. The choices a translator makes are not final and never should be. It is not as though she or he were in the shoes of the persona in Robert Frost's poem, this one, The Road Not Taken, where he says, 2 roads diverged in a yellow wood, and sorry I could not travel both, and be one traveler. Long I stood and looked down one as far as I could to where it bent in the undergrowth, then took the other as just as fair. So the persona here chose one of those 2 rates. And I say, no, it's not a situation where he or she, the translator, must make a conclusive, irreversible choice between 2 or more options. Translators of poetry, or even any other genre for that matter, constantly find before them a plethora of theories, approaches, paradigms, strategies, styles, and so on. However, they are not compelled to follow any specific path. Rather, they select whatever they find appropriate. It is not a blind choice. It must be based on their knowledge, their experience, and most significantly, their intuition. The poetry, in other words, is a free agent. Before I conclude, I would like to express my deep gratitude to Dr. Yahya Ibrahim, whom I see on my screen, and also Dr. Yahya Ibrahim, head of the English department of Karim State College. And also to thank all the professors who participated in this conference and all the organizers of this session. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Trust us, we all were waiting for your deliberation, and it is so enriching for all of us. We move on to, we will be taking some of the questions. Dr. Sanjay Yadav sir is asking, from being labeled as a traitor or a betrayer to being hailed as a creator, where do you think could be the location of a translator between these zones?
Just repeat the question so that I just take a breath. Again.
Yes.
What's the name of the? What's the name? What's the name of
It's
the?
Dr. Sanjay Yadav sir asking this question.
Okay. What's the question? It's between. Can you repeat it, please?
Yes, sir. From being labeled as a traitor or a betrayer to being hailed as a creator, where do you think could be the location of a translator between these zones?
I think the translator should take a fairly impartial stand. I think he can be a creator if he is able to create that balance between the aesthetic and the literal meaning. Now, there has been this conflict, the dichotomy between word-to-word translation and sense-to-sense translation. And I think going verbal is not advisable. However, if we find a good word that's verbal, like horse, for example, what do I want to translate horse as? In Arabic, we call it hisan. That's hisan. In English, horse is hisan in Arabic. Whereas if we say steed, for example, steed in Arabic is jawad. It's like Arab horse. What we need to do first is to elaborate on the poem. Read it and read it and read it again. Comprehend the meaning. Try to master all the peculiarities of the language. And if we can produce something with creativity, then we're there. In this context, I remember some Arab poets who translated Shakespeare into Arabic, and they did very well. They introduced the imagery. There was a little compromise, but it was a great translation. So there we go. Take a medium approach and do yourself, but you need to have all that knowledge and all that passion and love for poetry. You need to be a dreamer, in other words. Yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. There is one question. The participant has not mentioned the name, but the question is that when we search about you, we get to know that you are a poet, translator, and educator. Being a translator, where do you keep yourself?
Oh, that's a tough question. Where do I keep? I keep myself at home. Actually, for a long time, I was a poet, not a translator. Then, for some time, I just abandoned the world of poetry. And that was due to personal circumstances. I was working outside Jordan, in Saudi Arabia specifically. Then I came back to Jordan, and all my friends came to me and I said, why aren't you writing any poetry at all? And so they encouraged me, inspired me, and so I began again, but slowly, very, very slowly. It's difficult, as a friend of mine said, when you grow in age, your poetry comes like canned beef or something. But I found myself in translation, and I started translating English poetry a lot, and then translated Arabic poetry into English. And so there I stand. That's my stronger position right now. But I write poetry in Arabic, I write poetry in English too. Let me take the educator part. I was an educator because I was a trainer, I was a teacher, and so on. And so I was for a while, and even once in a while I go and deliver a lecture or something. So I'm still, the trainer is inside me, within me. The poet is kept in my heart, and the translator is both in my heart and upon my lips. I hope I I have answered satisfactorily.
Thank you, sir. There is one question. Again, this question we are getting regularly in around each and every session. It is regarding the legality. If you translate a work without the permission of the author, what is your take on this?
Okay, I think this is a very good question. I'll tell you a story. Once I came across a Palestinian poet who works in America, who lives and works in America. I think she speaks Arabic fairly well, but she was not born. She was not born in the States. She went there when she was maybe 22. I took one of her poems and I published it in a magazine. And she was very angry. She said, no, you have no right to do this for me. I didn't ask you. I don't want your translation. Flatly like that. And I said, ma'am, I'm very sorry that it was online. So I said, it will be removed. And I contacted the editor and asked him, in general, poets are happy to be translated in another language. When I translate one poem, I publish it in a magazine or so without taking permission. Frankly, sometimes I do. But when it comes to books, publishing the book, no. For one thing, if the poet died more than 50 years ago, then I can publish. Example, I published a book with selected poems by Sarojini Naidu, the famous Indian poet. And it's okay, nobody asked me for any written statement. I did translate some poetry by, what's her name, Kamala Das, or Kamala Thuraya from Kerala. And I have not got a permission, official permission, because she died only 10 or 12 years ago. So I'm not going to publish unless somebody gives me permission. On the other hand, I translated some poetry by an Italian poet, an American poet, a Danish poet, and asked them to send me the written permission. And that I combined with the manuscript to get the ISBN and approval. And I think in less than a month, I hope I'm going to have a new poetry collection by an Indian poet, and I've got his permission. Is that satisfactory? I don't know.
Saket sir, I have a question to Nizar sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please, sir.
From Nazar to Nizar sir. So he was talking. Sir, you were talking about Plato's idea that poetry can take us twice away from reality. Probably you're talking from his Republic, from when he discusses imagining, belief, thinking, and perfect intelligence. So what about his idea about poetry that we find in Ion, the dialogue Ion, where he compares poets as the interpreters of God? So in relation to what you are saying, if poetry takes us twice away from the reality, translation as well will take us away from the original text. But also there's this idea that perfect intelligence will help us to connect one chain to another, what we find in his dialogue Ion. So what is your take on that? What is your take on Ion, the dialogue Ion? And I'm asking this not to discuss philosophy, but to discuss Walter Benjamin's idea of pure language.
This last part, Ion, who is Ion? Is that the name of a person?
It's a dialogue by Plato. Ion, name of a person. Yes, he was a rhapsode. and Socrates
Yes.
was talking to him.
Is this
Plato, yes.
is this in a machine or what? The machine translation? Are you talking or what? Because I'm not. That name is not familiar for me, frankly.
Ion, Ion. It's a dialogue by Plato. It's a dialogue by Plato.
Ion.
Yes.
I read it long time ago, and
Right.
I don't remember. But let me just explain why I use Plato. I use
Yeah.
Plato. Yeah,
Hmm?
I use Plato only to help me explain my idea, because this was
Yeah.
not about Plato. This was about translation. Because in
Exactly.
translation, yes, when I translate from
Mhm.
India, from Hindi, I don't know Hindi. I don't speak Hindi. I don't know
Yes.
any. Maybe I know a word or two, but
Mhm.
I use English. English
Yes.
is a translation of Hindi in this case.
All
If
right.
the writer writes in English, then it's dialect. But
Mhm.
if I take it, this is removed twice
Mhm.
from the original poem, and
Yes.
loses.
Yeah.
I'm sure it loses part of its meaning and
Yeah.
parts of its beauty, and
Mhm.
that's what I was saying.
So
Yes,
my question is, what about his idea of perfect intelligence in connection to Walter Benjamin's idea of pure language? I mean, can translation be treated as that it will help us connect one language to another? I mean, yes, it is taking us far away from the original text, but at the same time, it is enriching our vocabulary. It is enriching our language system to achieve that state where maybe it will be called pure. Although the idea is vague, Walter Benjamin's ideas is to some extent vague about the pure language. But what is your stance about that pure language through Plato's perfect intelligence, or his idea of interpreter of God, poet as interpreters of God?
Yes, actually, these concepts. To be honest with you, I'm not quite familiar with these concepts. But if I understand your question, well, I talked about foreignization and domestication, and I said that in foreignization enriches our language, and I think Dr. Yahya, when he talked about me, when he read
Okay, thank you, sir.
my bio, he he said that I said that poetry helps us build bridges. We translators build bridges between the world, between countries. We
Yeah.
spread peace somehow, and we enrich. Yes, we enrich languages, we enrich cultures, and I think language and culture, as I said, are intertwined, and therefore, when I translate something from English, I am also teaching people something. If they read it, if they internalize it, of course it is. But I apologize because I'm not sure, I'm not well versed in that particular special area. And I hope I have at least partially answered the question.
Yes, thank you, thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your session. With this, I would like to invite Professor Ashok Das sir for the vote of thanks. Das sir, if you can hear us.
Am I audible, Saket?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you so much, Sarkavi sir, for your highly insightful lecture. You have widely covered different aspects of translation of poetry. You have hinted that translating poetry is a complex process encompassing inseparability of language and culture, equivalence, dichotomy, and the like. Notwithstanding all these challenges, translation is certainly a great art. Your highly erudite lecture has certainly widened our boundary of knowledge. Thank you, Sarkavi sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. And I'd just like to say a few words before we conclude. I read somewhere that you may be able to drive a car, but maybe you don't know the mechanics of the car. If you know a few things about the mechanics of a car, that will help you, that will give you confidence too. And so, translators are not necessarily theoreticians, but good translators will know the basics of translation, will know something about theory simply because it helps them choose a path. It gives them something like a compass. Thank you so much, all of you. Really highly honored, highly privileged, and above all, I'm humbled before these learned people.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Nizar, sir, for being here. Thank you.
Thank you. Good day to all of you.
Thank you, sir. Good day to you too. Thank you, sir. So we are meeting at 4 o'clock for the valedictory session. So we hope that all of us will be there. Thank you so much.
Transformation and transformation. Before you give your address or you address us on this topic, I'll request the professor in charge of Kalimputi, Dr. Muhammad Riaz, to formally welcome all the participants and our key speaker. Riaz.
Thank you, Neha. Good afternoon. Hello. Good
Riaz, sir?
afternoon,
Yes.
everybody.
Yes, sir. Please, sir. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody present here. It gives me immense joy to welcome you all to the valedictory session of this 3-day international web conference on translation at the Brussels. These 3 days have seen very enriching sessions by academics and expert translators from various corners of the globe. They have witnessed a happy and motivated gathering of academics, scholars, and students who have observed gratefully the proud knowledge that these sessions have generated. I express my gratitude to each and every speaker who accepted our invitation and to each member of the audience who has joined us in these 3 days. For this valedictory session, we have the honor of welcoming another stalwart from the field of translation studies, Mr. Amir Hussain. I thank him for his presence here today and look forward to his talk. I hope the Department of English will organize more such conferences in future. Thank you very much to all.
Thank you so much, Riaz, sir. And whatever you said was a combination of welcome and gratitude to the speakers who have spoken in this entire 2-day, 3-day conference and continuously have been part of this conference. And now I have been given the responsibility to introduce Amir sir, and this is again my privilege, and I'm feeling so much honored to read out his introduction to the literati who is present over here. And I know those who are close to Urdu and Persian literature, they don't need any introduction, but because it has been a multilingual community and academia which is listening to us, I would like to introduce him for them and of course to the young scholars. Amir Hussain sir was born in Karachi in 1955 and moved to London to complete his studies in 1970. He's graduated from SOS with a degree in Urdu, Persian, and history. His first collection of stories, Mirror to the Sun, was published in 1993. Since then, he has published 5 collections of short fiction in English, 2 novels, and a collection of stories in Urdu. He has also edited a collection of translations of Urdu fiction, Kahani. He was elected a Fellow of the Royal Society of Literature in 2004 and has been a Senior Fellow of the Institute of English Studies since 2009. He is a Senior Editor of Critical Muslim and a contributing editor of Acetone, a journal of international translation. Sir, we are definitely grateful that you consented to be a part of this conference, and we request you to address our gathering.
My pleasure. First of all, a translator is something I would always have wanted to be, and perhaps when I speak about my journey, you'll learn a little bit about my connection with translation. It's basically been very much background connection because I've helped with translation journals, I've been on panels, I've given translation prizes, etc., etc. I myself am not a very good translator because I think I'm too pernickety, I'm too particular about things, and as a creative writer, I often, want to diverge from something and still feel the desperate need to be faithful. Let me begin where we should begin, perhaps. Sorry, am I there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Let me begin where we should begin, perhaps with the question of language. I'm sure that you've been through it a lot of times during these 2 days that I couldn't attend because I was caught up with family celebrations or ceremonies. But the question of language comes to me very early when, like so many of us, I was forced to study English at the age of 5, knowing only the rudimentary family Urdu that a child is taught or that a child absorbs. Until the age of 23, I really had to pick up both Hindi and Urdu where I could, as I could, when I could. So I happened to be on a holiday in India once at the age of 11, wanted to read Hindi, learnt Hindi script in 1 month in Gwalior. Later, when I migrated to London, I learnt Urdu by reading fairs and in Urdu and in English transcript and in English side by side because Urdu teaching in my school was so bad. Yeah, this echoed when I read the work of a wonderful Algerian writer called Assia Jabbar, who wrote in French. She was Algerian and she said she had been deprived of Arabic and she spent her whole career mourning about the lack of Arabic, at which point I felt, no, we don't lose a language, we can regain it. So I spent years reading Urdu, collaborating on translations, editing a book of translations. When I tried to do it myself, I felt translation is not my métier. It's not something I can do very well. I am, let me say, multilingual. I speak Italian fluently, read it and write it. I'll talk more about that later. I have a good working knowledge of Persian, which is actually in my family background as well. But Urdu and English are the languages I probably speak most fluently along with Italian. And I thought, no, this doesn't have to be the way. I can learn to read Urdu, I can master it, I can help with translations. And at that time, I was deeply disappointed with the quality of translations from Urdu into English, which I won't go into, which means that some of our greatest writers, like Ismail Chughtai, Intezar Hussain, just to mention 2 modern writers, have been lost because translations of their work are not brilliant. Then I was very close, personally very close to Quratullah Haider, who was a family friend. I called her Annie Khala. And she always talked about transcreation and how when she moved from one language to another, when she wrote in Urdu and then worked in English, she recreated her work. And I had the chance actually to read both, I have to admit, Fireflies in the Mist and River of Fire in English before I read them in Urdu. I'm not quite sure. I probably had read Al-Qadariya in Urdu before. But I loved her short stories in Urdu. That was what really made me love her work, Bachar Ki Awaaz. So I was reading this writer in 2 languages, and I compared her to other writers that I knew who had also written in 2 languages, Beckett, who wrote in French and English, and Nabokov, who had started in Russian and then moved to English via German, I think. Nevertheless, I can't read Russian, I can't read German, I can read French. And this question of transcreation arose. When a writer translates herself or himself What does he do? What does she do? Does she or he have the liberty and the right to change things? Throughout Qurratullain Haidar's work, I've seen her make minor changes and adjustments in what she does. Who is she doing it for? Is it cultural translation? Is it that the aesthetic of the writer changes between one language and another? Is it the gap between one text and another that shifts you from one scene to another? And when you start to rewrite yourself in another language, do you feel the need to express yourself differently? I spoke to her many times about this, and she always said it was the faithfulness of the text that mattered. I can't see anyone anymore. Hello, are you with me?
Yes, sir. We all are hearing you.
Fine. So let me move to the question and the moment when, in my 50s, I decided I was going to write in Urdu. Was it going to be transcreation? Was it going to be translation? What was I going to do? How was I going to do it? I had the example of Qurratullain Haidar in front of me, where she felt the liberty to change words, to change scenes, to cut things, to add things, to delete things, to remedy things, so that she produced two texts that were twins of each other, but they were certainly not identical twins. They were fraternal twins. Fate, this is 1912 I'm talking, sorry, not 1912, 2012 I'm talking about. So there are two trajectories that happened. One was that I made literal translations of the first 5 stories I wrote in Urdu that year. That was the year I felt compelled to write in my language, as an experiment, as a duty, as an answer to a request, as an answer to a challenge. Finally, Aap Urdu mein kyun nahi likhte is probably one of the first essays I wrote in Urdu. And actually, it was based on something Qurratullain Haidar had once said to me, Miyan tum Urdu mein likhte ho? And I had said, Ji nahi, and she just made a face. So I think the essay is called Miyan tum Urdu mein kyun nahi likhte? And I answered the reasons why I had not written until Urdu then. And I said that Urdu is, for me, a language with towering edifices, palaces, names like Ghalib and Mir and Amir Khusro. And it's also to do with Hindi and Mira and Kabir and all sorts of people who are all my heritage. And those were to me, and please don't die of shock when I say that those are my giants. I'm sorry, Milton is not my giant, Keats is not. I admire them where they are, but these people are my heritage. And I asked myself, is it true what Edward Said said, that we grow up in one language and that's the language that determines us, and that's the language in which our memories are arrested and caught, and we live with that language all our lives? Is it true what my Chinese mentor Han Suyin said to me 35 years ago, sitting in this very room where I speak to you now, on the sofa opposite where I'm sitting, that we must listen to the language of our childhood in order to express ourselves in a foreign tongue, and that tongue will always carry and bear the traces of that childhood language? But I was bilingual from the age of 4 or 5. So what mattered to me? Was I always translating? Had I always been translating? So let me experiment with Urdu. I wrote in Urdu, and I found that, for example, dialogues, I had just sat there and recited them to her, verbatim as it were, in a sunny courtyard one day. And she said, I want to do these in English. And she called it Englishing. But she kept very, very close to what I was doing. Okay, there are words like nihatta, nikamma that I had used, and you don't get the music. This is another thing about music from Urdu to English. I discovered that by writing in Urdu, I was using 2 kinds of music. One was the music of the Urdu ghazal, or even the Farsi ghazal. The other one was the music of Bhakti songs, Mira and Kabir in particular, whom I grew up listening to. And that was not coming through in English, but you had to forget that, because the content also matters. Then I decided to work with my mother, who was completely bilingual. And I gave her a very, very funny story to translate. That story was called Hoslaman. That's in my book, 37 Bridges, translated as, I believe, The Entrepreneurs. And she said, oh, when you write in English, you have to put certain things in, cultural markers. Now, this is an important point, cultural markers. Who is your audience? Who is the readership? My mother 31 years older than I was more conscious of this than I was. And she said, when you say, "Main ye karta hu aur amma ke paas aaya," the Urdu writer is not even going to question who main is and who amma is. Amma could be a mother or a grandmother, but the English reader will immediately want to know who this main is and who the amma is. They're not going to wander through. So I want the main to be a he with a name, and I want amma to have a name. She named amma Mrs. Mir, and she named Main Ali, and then went on that way. And she also said a story like this needs to have a tone like Jane Austen for some reason. I don't know whether she achieved that tone or not. But then we came to a passage. I really enjoyed what she was doing. Because when you read something that somebody else has interpreted of your work, you're rereading the story that you know, that's familiar to you. But you have a distance from what you've written in a way that I didn't with the writer who had reinterpreted my words from a literal translation. And there's just one short passage I'd like you to read where there was a phrase in my Urdu story, and that was, "Main koi khudai faujdar to nahi," and I didn't know how she was going to express that. And that last passage, she got it so perfectly. So here I'm talking about the difference between being a literal translator and a free translator. But in that paragraph, she actually kept to every word that was not just the essence of the story, but exactly what I was trying to say, which is where I felt the two visions came together, hers and mine. And she said, "I am not one of God's little soldiers." And I thought that was so perfect. It could only come from someone who was completely bilingual in a way that I sometimes feel I'm not. And I'm not one of God's little soldiers. It was so effortless. Then came another story, maybe 2 years later, that I gave her to translate. And she said, "Well, this story is wonderfully calibrated. I don't feel the need to make any changes. But what I am going to do is cut out one of the passages because I think it's too long. And it won't come across to an international audience." So she's always conscious of this global audience. Maybe not a global audience, but not a parochial audience. She said, "This whole passage about a boy throwing away a ring should go out of the story, replace it." So I did replace it. And that was fine, but she kept quite close to the original text. And I shall read you a small passage from it, just to give you an idea. And what she taught me then was her belief that a story read in the Goal language and the text, the original language and the Goal language shouldn't sound identical. They should sound close, but the language of origin shouldn't be a clumsy interference in your writing. She wanted to smooth those things over, yet she decided that in this story she's going to try to be as close as possible to what I had done. So I'll try to read you a passage from this. And the question I'm asking here is, does it read as a story originally written in English, or does it have that trace of translation in it? And how important is that trace of translation? Do we need that? Do we need to be made aware that this is a translation, or should we just feel that we're reading in the original language? She said that she was guided in the story by reading my stories in English, and that she wanted to sound as much as possible like my English style. Along with the pleasure of seeing Nermeen, I also felt a light sadness. Home, estrangement, faith, love. How we wander around in these tight concentric circles. Outside, the sky was a fiery gold at 10 p.m. When will it be night? After seeing me off, Nermeen must have gone strolling from bridge to bridge in her red dress. Perhaps she'll walk from the lover's bridge to the bridge of partings, and then she'll reach her door. I closed my stinging eyes. Guess what I did when I got to Paris? The gentle echo of Nermeen's words was in my ears. I stood on the bridge and emptied my pockets of all the keys that I'd been carrying around in my pockets and purses for years and years. Keys to which I'd lost the locks and I didn't even know where they'd come from. House keys, keys to things left behind when I'd changed houses, keys to wardrobes, chests of drawers, trunks, keys of cars I'd driven long ago. But which of the 37 bridges of Paris was she on? Not the bridge of lovers. I too have a key in my pocket and I have no idea to which door it belongs. Every time I look for something in my pocket, my hand finds the same key. I'd like to throw it away in the river, I wanted to say, but Nermeen wasn't there. Now, when I read this passage, I can't believe I didn't write it in English. And yet I can see the difference between the English and the Urdu. Because in Urdu, you write, Ghar ki chabiyan, darwazon ki chabiyan, gaadiyon ki chabiyan. And that chabiyan becomes a musical refrain where she's used keys in as the first word of each sentence, which of course is very different. And that music is going to change, but where are you going to find the suitable music to express that? And I think bilingualism can really help you because you can listen to a parallel music if it isn't exactly the same music. Then comes my experience of trying to translate myself from English to Urdu. The first story I tried to rewrite in English or translate from Urdu to English was called Maya aur Hans in Urdu, and in English it's The Wounded Swan. Eventually, The Swan's Wife in my version. To cut a very long story short, I wrote that story in Urdu because I was meant to write an English story and it wasn't coming in English for some reason. I wrote it in Urdu, and the way that people speak is like people would be speaking in Urdu, though I was writing about the West. This is something else I do in Urdu. I write very often about England, the place I live, or about travels in European countries. And I couldn't write the same story. I reached a point where there was too much pain in the original and I just cut off the end completely. And I come back to the question of transcreation and translation. When we move from one language to another, and now I move to my other word of my title, my rubric, transition. Are we transitioning in some way? Are we telling the same story in another color, in another mood? Why are we doing it? Is it an aesthetic reason? Did Beckett do this? Did Nabokov do this? About Nabokov, I don't know because I don't know Russian. Beckett, I can make comparisons between translations. I can't ask Politolene Heather anymore because she's gone. Why do we change things? Why do we cut things? Why do we drop them? Do we have the right to do this as self-translators? I don't know. I'll now move on for a little while before I come back to Urdu to my experience of being translated by an Italian translator. And I know Italian very well. I can read it very well. By luck, both my Italian translators knew both Urdu and Hindi, but they were translating me from English. They decided to take the literal tack, let's say, to be as close as possible to what I had done originally. But sometimes they had syntactical problems. Because here we're talking about my taking liberties with syntax, probably because I'm a multilingual writer. I don't feel the need to bow to the rules of English. So I would have run-on sentences with commas and they would tell me, but we don't do this in Italian. In Italiano non si fa così. And I would say, yes, but I do it. And this is my story. So if you cut up my sentence, you're actually traducing me. And then it made me wonder, do we have the right as writers to interfere in the translation? I feel that if the translation doesn't read correctly, like, when my mother was turning my translation upside down, I felt that she's conveying the spirit of the story wonderfully well. But here something was getting lost in the, condensing the sentences and making a precision that I didn't agree with. And in the end, we made compromises, and here and there, a very long sentence, which was 11 phrases, was cut into 5 and 5 or something. And I was happy, very, very happy with that. What of course happens with translation is when you read somebody else's version of your work, you can step back and see what you were trying to say and whether it's coming through. But you can also see yourself as another writer who's not the self, you know, who's not the writing self, but the reading self. So the author is, in this case, dead, but the reader is very much alive. And that was a wonderful experience. I'm jumping ahead a bit, but this year, I had the pleasure of translating from Italian into Urdu. I was sitting here, as we all know, lockdown sometimes allows us to do many things that we wouldn't have the time to do, that we wouldn't give ourselves the permission to do during these arduous hours of work and, you know, writing to commission and family commitments and so on and so forth. So I said, in response to a request from the Pakistan Academy of Literature, who said, could you possibly translate from another language into Urdu? And I thought about French, because French is a language I love as a literary language. It's a language that I probably read most after English, and even more than Urdu. But I chose an Italian story. In fact, I chose one Italian story, and then it became two, and it became three. And there came the question of cultural translation, in the sense that there are certain things that were being said that very rarely, that weren't working in Urdu, the names of flowers. And here I'm going to use something that I think often occurs to us as translators, the use of clumsy English words to convey something. So, for example, with great difficulty, we try to write chrysanthemum or Paddington Station or something. But here my point is that I was completely bypassing English. I wasn't using English at all. I was working directly and bypassing the whole post-colonial burden by translating from a language that's not my mother tongue or my second language, it's my third language, into what is, at least technically, my mother tongue. So, for example, a word emerged in Italian, which would be fairly easy to translate from the bathing huts. So I actually had to do it visually. I had to make an Italian friend send me a photograph of this to see what this word capanna meant. That was a kind of wooden bathing hut. And I got a Pakistani friend to give me an equivalent of it. Then there were the names of flowers. And I made this decision to use the names of flowers that would be more congenial to a South Asian audience, to an Urdu readership. Because, you know, rather than reading the clumsy transliterations of Italian or English words, they could see flowers that were familiar to them. And that might be a slight betrayal, but I thought that, you know, semantically, musically, because I was also looking for the musicality of the Italian, it worked. Another place was where there was an awful mixed metaphor, which said something like, she stretched out her hand like a bolt of electricity, and then like a fan gathered up the water. I think I'm cleaning it up too much. And there was this question of, did I want to clean that up? Did I want to change the phrase? Did I want to keep her clumsiness? And I opted to keep the clumsiness as best I could, and you know, was fairly faithful. Once I'd done that, the second story was a dream. And it was such a release, honestly, to get away from this constant burden of English being the arbiter in everything I've done, you know. Are we thinking in English? Are we translating from English? Are we translated people? How much is our linguistic baggage to do with English? Do I use English as an intermediary language? The question of so much translation that's done in the subcontinent not being done from Czech or Russian or Japanese or Chinese, but done from English versions, which probably can only be mirror images of the original. And here I was able to deal with both these languages on my own. I felt it was such a liberation. It also taught me that we do tend to choose text sometimes as translators. Perhaps it's selfish, and perhaps I'm mainly a storyteller, so that was what I was attracted to and drawn to. We choose texts that are closer to what we would have written ourselves. And in this case, these two stories, which were both about a young boy, the same boy, Jean, were similar in some strange way. It was serendipity, the stories that I had written. And I had, believe me, not read these stories when I wrote them. For the record, the writer is called Lala Romano. She died 30 years ago, very young. She only wrote 3 books. And it was a delight to do that. And I hope it's something I'm able to do again, to work from Italian to English. Coming back to translations from Urdu of my work by others, I wrote my first book in Urdu just a few months ago. It came out in January. And the first, I think, 11 stories, perhaps, I have it here. I can count them for you if you like at some point. And then the rest of them are translations that were done by wonderful writers like Fehmi Daryaz did one, Asif Farooqi, who is a well-known critic and translator, did another, and my publisher, Shahbano Alvi, who herself is a short story writer, artist, and translator, did some. And when Fehmida did a translation 25 years ago, she had some lines in her story, in her translation, that I didn't agree with. I really didn't agree with them. Why not? Because they were too wordy. Now, long, enchanting stories. She had Tawil Mehsur Kun Kahanya. This is a boy of 10 writing. And the memory of the narrator, who's obviously an adult, is not going to use that phrase because he's remembering, I think, his childhood. So he would say, Lambi Lambi Jadu Bhari Kahaniya. And to me, Hindustani is the language that's probably closest to me. Whether it's a language or not, I don't think is an argument I'm going to get into here. But, Tawil Mehsur Kun Kahaniya is not a phrase that you use at home. This is a fabricated phrase that comes out of literary Urdu, parts of which are a fabrication. And I think it's fine to use this in stories or in poetry, but I think really it's the language of newscasts. So why do we need to lose that simplicity of Lambi Lambi Jadu Bhari Kahaniya, which anyone is going to understand? And it's neither Urdu nor Hindi, because Jadu is Persian, Kahani is Hindi. But that's what we use. And Tawil, no child would think of Tawil, no teenager would think of Tawil, unless he's learned or she's learned Urdu as a second language. So when we're translating from anyone or anything, are we going to go to a high literary register when what has been used in the original is actually a very simple phrase? And why do we do that? This is a question I would like you to be able to, respond to. Why are we doing this? What's the need to do it? My purpose when I translated from Italian to Urdu was to keep it as simple as possible, which the original writer had done. So are we doing a justice to the original writer by making their words into more ornate and more elaborate words than they originally were? Likewise, are we doing a justice by flattening their words? Like Ismat Chughtai can sometimes write very florid Urdu, but it's beautiful, and I think it should be kept the way it is because, she's equal to someone like Toni Morrison. I've often compared passages of Ismat Chughtai's work to Toni Morrison, and surprisingly, they're very similar in the way they talk about the way flowers are, expressing a person's emotion or using, pathetic fallacies and so on and so forth. So we can't flatten out Ismat Chughtai at all. I used to notice in Omar Neyman's anthologies of translations that all stories came out in the same standard English that sounded like something that people in creative writing classes had been taught to write, supposedly spare, supposedly quiet, etc. But not all writers write that way. You can't put Ghulam Abbas and Quratullah and Haider and Ismat Chughtai and Khadija Mastoor and Abdullah Hussain into the same box and make them all sound exactly the same. You can find different Englishes to express them. Okay, then came Shahbano Alvi and her translations of my work into Urdu, which were very, very, very close to what I had done. But what she looked for was the music. And you can't find the same music in English and Urdu, but you can find the parallel music and yet be faithful. This is something that I don't think I've learned to do yet. I mean, perhaps with the Italian, I did do it. But that was also because the stories were not as musical as some things can be. So when she was putting together stories for my book, she found a translation of a story I wrote called The Name. And she said, "Nee, is kahani ka sur galat hai." Now, most people would not say this. They would not say that the pitch of the story is wrong. She said, he hasn't got the pitch right. And she redid the story. It was only half a page long. And the same story, which must be 500 pages long, reads differently, but both of them read like mine. Hers reads more like what I was trying to do. His was perfectly good. So there is this way. How do we use words? How do we weigh words? How do we calibrate them as translators? Do we listen? Do they have to be true to the original meaning? Does music and musicality in a sentence have more significance than significance? All these are, questions that we need to ask ourselves. And I think there's not one answer. There are many. You can see my cup says the International Urdu Conference. Alami Conference. Coincidence, serendipity. Let me come to my last experience of translating Urdu, which is very recent. Translating myself into Urdu. Last year, I wrote a story called Zindagi Se Pehle. And the phrase is Zindagi Se Pehle Maut. That time, I was asked to write an original story in English, and paradoxically, instead of wanting to rewrite, I wanted to do as literal a translation as I could. Or let's say as faithful a translation as I could. Literal is a bad word. Between Urdu and English, it's a bad word because you cannot translate literally. Okay, so I went ahead, and again, the question came to me, am I going to try to do a version of this, or am I going to do a transcreation of this? Am I going to try to keep it as close to the Urdu as possible? I decided for some reason that I wanted to keep it as close to the Urdu as possible. But certain things changed, and one was the title. Because Before Life just didn't work the same way as Zindagi Se Pehle, again because of the syntax, Zindagi Se Pehle has a certain weight. Before Life doesn't have that weight. So I call the story What Is Saved. So again, do we have the liberty to change the title of a piece of writing as translators or as self-translators? How much freedom do we have for this? Of course, this is my story, and technically I was writing a new story, so that was that. Now, if you ask me what I needed to change in that story, I'll tell you. When I write about England for a Pakistani audience or an international audience in Urdu, I don't feel the need to mention street names or place names. But when I was writing in English, the specificity of places was coming in all the time. So, for example, I could see the places I was writing about. I could see the names of, the street signs and so on and so forth, which in Urdu, I was talking about the pain of transliteration of English sounds and words, which doesn't work well in Urdu at all. So, for example, when in Urdu, we can quite easily say, "Baagh se nikal ke sadak ko paar karke station ki taraf gaye." In English, he walked out of the park and crossed the street and went towards the station. When you're talking about London, a London reader immediately wants to know which park, which station, which street. So, it's something that we can play around with. What is saved? I'll read you a passage of this. It's one of the most recent stories I published. I hope I can find it. And I hope it'll give you food for thought and questions. And I want to read it particularly because there was a phrase that was very troubling for me to translate. Otherwise, it's as close to the Urdu as you can possibly get. They seem to have entered a wood or a wild garden. Trees, the dense green of leaves and ponds, birds and branches, fish in ponds, tropical flowers, patterns of life in the womb of abstraction. The smallest painting was of a very pale green, shrouded in a whitish mist that only appeared when you were so close that you might even take it for a trick of the light. It was titled Eyes. The last picture in the room was half blue and half white, with a broad yellow ray dividing the white and blue spaces like a doorway to sky or sea. In the bottom left-hand corner of the canvas, the artist had painted in lowercase letters the words, before life, death. Zindagi se pehle maut. And there the exhibition ended. Sarah sighed. Murad felt along with her and all their absent companions a lifetime's gleanings of disappointments and despair, scattered shards of hope and gathered up fragments of happiness. Now, what killed me for 3 days was gathered up fragments of happiness. That's not a common English phrase, but I felt the Urdu phrase had to be replicated somehow. So, of all people, I spoke to an American friend about it, and I said, that phrase in Urdu is batori hui khushiyan. And it just emerged in my mind. It emerged so spontaneously because when I write in Urdu, I think in Urdu and in no other language. Batori hui khushiyan, we don't have a verb in English to convey that. So I discussed it with her in so many ways, and I said, how do we express this particular phrase in English? And I said, the best way I can explain it to you is gathered up happiness. And she said, yes, use that. And later I read the story to a wonderful Irish writer friend of mine, who again is multilingual, doesn't write in Gaelic, but knows Gaelic, reads Italian perfectly, etc., etc. But she said to me, I was particularly struck by that phrase. And I said, did it not feel awkward or foreign or strange to you? She said, I don't know, but it seemed to convey something that we normally don't convey in English. So there you are, putting it before you that this kind of transition can take place, and it can be fruitful. The language you translate from can bring something to your English writing, which is fruitful. Rather than being clumsy or awkward, or even if it has a degree of awkwardness in it, you can actually bring something to the language. And that makes me think, of course, of all these great books that people think of as English literature, which are, you all know the story about, I think her name was Constance Garnett, who was called the greatest writer of the 19th century in English because she translated Dostoevsky and Chekhov. And so many people talk so freely about Chekhov and Dostoevsky as if they were English classics. But of course, you can get different translations, you can get very, very different versions of them. The question that then occurs to one as a speaker of many languages, and coming back to what I was saying about what we've been told by people like Edward Said and Hansuri, and are you caught up, are you imbricated and implicated in the language that you grew up speaking? And if you, like me, grew up speaking 2 languages, or hearing one and speaking another, or hearing one and writing in another, or acquired one which wiped out an original language, or acquired many others along the way. Is that so, or is your head always a cacophony of many languages? I think many of you sitting there in India will have probably grown up easily speaking 3 languages, the language of your province, the language of your schooling, and English. And I'm sorry, again, I have to say to you that I do not believe English is a native language. I believe it's been indigenized to an extent, but I do think that English does not really convey so much of what we want to say. And this is a lesson I've learned by trying to translate from Urdu, and by writing in Urdu, and finding that the most liberating thing when I write in Urdu is dialogue. Because I've heard Urdu and Hindi spoken all my life. When I write in Urdu, I have Pakistani readers say to me, "Are ye jhakajhori ka kya matlab hota hai?" And certain words that I use, because I'm half Indian, puzzle them. And I say, no, work it out. This is all part of our vocabulary. 50 years ago, we were not speaking this pure, rarefied, high-level language. And, those of us who don't have provincial Urdu, because my mother's family is Urdu speaking, will not be learning Urdu. They'll be using it because it's a household language. So what does a translator do when they do this? I have an example of, can I be slightly rude in a phrase? Or is it, am I supposed to be terribly polite? Okay, I'll go ahead. I'm going to go ahead. So I'm reading a story by Jamila Hashmi called Banishment. And this guy who translated it, I won't mention his name, he's long dead. The story is called Banvas. It's about partition, kidnappee, to invent a word. On both sides of the border, we've had stories, like Pinjar by Amrita Pritam and Ice Candy Man. This is one of those beautiful stories about a woman who decides that she's not going to leave a Punjabi Hindu family to go home to Pakistan. So the English translator writes, "Here I sit surrounded by the smell of cow dung and death." So I said, that's quite original that she should splice cow dung and death. So I go to my Urdu version and I read the sentence, and what I read with my eyes, the same sentence on the same page, I read gobar aur moot ki badboo. She's talking about cow dung and urine. She's not talking about cow dung and death. She's not being that dramatic. So, with the change of one word, you can be creative, but you can also be destructive to a text. I mean, the translator might be adding something wonderful there, but he might have lost what this woman is trying to say entirely. Another pair of eyes will see another word because they haven't used this, pesh. But I mean, wonderful that he saw this, that she's seeing cow dung and death, but she's not seeing death at all. She's talking about a life that's, children playing around and so on and so forth, and cows around her. Cattle, that's what she's doing. So these things also happen, I think, between languages. These transactions, these transcreations, sometimes we can get the most beautiful phrases that appear by accident from the translator's pen. I remember one of my Italian translators came out with a phrase, the black book of something or the other, and I didn't remember having written this phrase, and I said, what a lovely phrase, you can use it as the title of the book. Apparently I had written it. Anyhow, that's as it may be. Finally, the story that I've most recently translated from Urdu into English. I can't do it the other way. I can't go from English to Urdu at all. I don't want to at all. I leave that to others. Was a story called Nila Moti that I wrote last year, and then I was asked to produce a translation of one of my works. And what I'm delighted about is, I hope you can see this, just a minute. Urdu on one page and English on the other. This is Moving Worlds. And I tried to be as close as possible to my Urdu original, and sent it to friends before sending it off and said, does it seem too clumsy? And they said, no, actually, it seems as if it's written in English. We can't tell the difference. So again, I leave you there with the question of, do we try to replicate ourselves or the writer that we are translating? Very often today, writers collaborate very closely with their translator, and translators collaborate very closely with their writer. Changes are made. You might have heard the story of Han Kang and her translation, to translate to Deborah Smith from Korean to English, The Vegetarian, and contentions that were made that the original text and the translated text had differences. And actually, I was discussing the translated text with someone because I don't know Korean. And then finally, we talked about language, and she turned around to me, a Korean friend, and she said, but I haven't read the English translation. So evidently, we were talking about exactly the same book. So I think almost the final statement I'm going to make is this, that what we need to do is to give to your reader, to give to the reader, something that is faithful to the original, that conveys the meaning of the original, the music of the original, but we have many, many roads around it. there are several ways of doing it. I would eventually probably feel that the translator doesn't have a right to rewrite a story, like I've seen some Hindi stories, like one by Nirmal Verma, completely rewritten by the translator. The translator doesn't have a right to destroy the story in the name of literalism. But maybe the self-translator, and I started with self-translator, has the right to understand what part of their story can be slightly adapted to a wider audience without selling out. You know, what you need to do is to focus on what is most important in the story. If you ask me to err on one side or the other, to come down on one side or the other, I would say total faithfulness with the permission of cutting little bits that might not be easy to adapt. Or you know, adding a sentence here or there to clarify things, but to try to keep as close as possible to the body of the text. I think I probably still have 10 minutes more, but I would really rather like to engage now in whatever questions you might have or whatever comments you might have about my work. So about my talk. I'm keen.
Yes, sir. We have 10 minutes, even more. So either you may continue, or shall we discuss? Shall we take up some discussions?
I would really like to. Let me just reiterate some of the things I'm particularly
Yes, sir.
concerned about as an editor of a translation journal, as somebody who reads in 5 languages, but is very, very, very. What I haven't mentioned is that I grew up reading translations from Japanese, Chinese, Russian, Arabic, all languages I can't read. So, you know, how much access do I have to those works? Nobody's, you know, unless somebody knows those languages, no one is really going to tell me how accurate those translations were. And I feel, you know, my brain is full of all those phrases that come from classics and modern works that have been translated from Korean and all sorts of other languages. So can translation really convey something? Is it a new work we're reading? That's one question that I want to put to my audience. The other one is, how faithful do we need to be in order to be faithful? And is there a difference in loyalty and faithfulness? The other question I brought up is, do we need a level of exoticism in the real semantic sense of the word? Does that translation need to feel like flattened out English, if we talk about English, or flattened out Urdu, if we talk about Urdu or Italian? I brought up the question of the long sentence in English, which was, you know, cut down into 2 sentences in Italian. Do we need to do that, or shall we follow a certain wildness in the original language? Yeah, I think these are some of the questions that I would like to be able to engage with, and of course, any questions that you have to put to me. So ready for discussion now, 8 minutes before my allotted time.
Okay, so thank you. Neha ma'am, shall we take a very informal session or an interaction with sir? We have Anish sir here. Sanjay bhai has asked a
Any
very
way you want to
important
do it.
question.
This is my first time. I didn't say this is my first time doing anything like this. It's quite a
Thank you, sir.
challenge.
Neha ma'am, please.
Yeah.
Neha ma'am, your mic.
Amir sir, thank you so much for agreeing and being a part of this valedictory session, and for a wonderful explanation regarding translation which you have given, and that kind of discourse and deliberation which we were looking forward to. And the points you have raised, is a kind of sum up of all the entire sessions which we have listened in during this conference. Like musicality in translation is important, faithfulness is of utmost importance, fidelity you talked about meaning, and you also talked about the cultural markers, which is difficult to translate, definitely. And if the translation is killing the original thought, the original intent of the author, then it becomes a problem. Then we have in discussion the incarnation or afterlife of the text as also right.
Yeah.
Yes. So there were so many things, which have come up during this conference, and as we have Anis sir here, so and Hisham is here. Definitely, we would like to carry it forward, the discussion. So Anis sir, if you can, give your opinion, because your opinion is of utmost importance, and I believe that you can definitely, give your insightful input into it. Anis sir, please.
आमिर साहब बहुत बहुत आदाब आपको सबसे पहले तो. This was a wonderful talk. This was a wonderful talk. I really appreciate each and everything that you have put forward, especially your affair with languages and the way you have been able to absorb that. I would call it an affair with languages. You've been such a keen student. Otherwise, also, one has always appreciated Amir Hussein's writing, and one knows about that. So this is for the first time that I look at him. Otherwise, one has seen his images in magazines and here and there, and Facebook, of course. But looking at him for the first time and listening to him for the first time, you're such a great speaker, and so many thoughts which all of us have been trying to engage with for the past 3 days. So thank you very much for that, Amir sir, for first. I said your affair with languages. You have tried to go into the very the tonality of language, and that is very remarkable. I personally believe that you cannot take leave from the musicality of language, that in the rhythm that the language carries with it. And for a translator, this is one of the most important things, one of the most preoccupations, I would say. But then saying that is not enough, because how do you actually imitate, if I can use the word which the critics have also used? So let's discard that word for now, imitation. So how do you copy that rhythm? It is a very difficult exercise. A while ago, while I was speaking about, I think that was the time you joined, about the ghazal, and of course you translate fiction. So I was trying to suggest this only, that the best way you can engage with poetry is by looking at the musicality and how you can draw. I'm sure your eyes and your ears have to be open all the time. So you can
the tune, yes,
you can listen to the music of the word. आपने बहुत अच्छी मिसालें दी हैं. Wonderful examples you have given. एक बहुत अजीब सा sentence था, क्या उन्वान था उसका, और उसको, and no one speaks like that. But it's very ornate kind of a thing. It doesn't make sense. वो क्या था, कभी आपने एक मिसाल दी थी बहुत उम्दा. वो देखिए, ये इससे साबित ये होता है कि वो मिसाल याद रखने के लायक नहीं है. So बहरहाल, so that was wonderful listening to you, and the kind of the rhythm that you are looking for, and how you take that rhythm into the target language. Target language is once again an academic language, which I don't want to use as a reference to your talk, because your talk is, you are speaking to us, you are in fact in conversation with us.
Phrase target language, actually.
Yes. So I think you were just, you were not, it was not an intellectual kind of a discussion. You were talking to us. This is the beauty of this talk. You were conversing with us. You were sharing your thoughts with us, and more than thoughts, you were sharing experiences with us. The musicality was one of the faithfulness. Yes, I do agree with this. A while ago, someone was saying about the leave one can take from the original, in the sense that how much of faithfulness can you carry forward. You have yourself quoted Qurtula and Haidar's Aag Ka Darya. Now these are two very different kinds of versions. If you read Aag Ka Darya in Urdu, and look at the volume itself, only the volume if you have in mind. So this is a very voluminous book, starting from 4 quarters and then to the end in Gautam Leela, a long story. Now in the English, when it appeared, तो आमिर साहब, मुझे याद है किसी ने कहा एक बार, खुरतलान हैदर से ही पूछा, दिल्ली में मैं भी वहीं रहता था, जाकिर बाग में, तो ये आपने क्या किया इस कहानी के साथ? ये तो भाई आग का दरिया तो बहुत छोटा हो गया. तो उन्होंने कहा, भाई मेरी किताब है, तुम्हें क्या मतलब, मैं जो चाहूँ करूँ. This is how I have to look at my book. This is my book. Who are you to tell? Ani Appa was such a frank person, and she used to speak her heart out. She wouldn't bother. But she was such a genuine person, such a genuine writer, such a genuine पारिख जिसको आप कहें, जो परखने वाली थी, who could really appreciate language, history, culture, the way we live. So spectrum, yeah, right word. So we have lost such a great writer, but the way she looked at literature and her own text, that is something which is very remarkable. Well, of course, she has taken great liberties. So there, that thesis, that how much of say liberty can you take with the original, in the sense that whether you carry the whole message forward and the rhythm of the language. Ani Appa has validated that. But she has written yet another novel in River of Fire, which is an exact translation of that. So I'm personally very
Dropped
beholden.
lots of things from that.
Yeah, of course. So I'm really beholden to you. You have the wonderful way of putting things forward. I'm happy that I've been able to meet you and to, of course, I will call it a meeting because in pandemic times, this is how we can meet. We can't meet otherwise.
Yes.
And this is the best way to meet. And of course, this is the best way to hold conferences. You are saving on so many things, money, resources. कहाँ ठहराओ, कहाँ उठाओ, कहाँ बैठाओ. So lots of wonderful things are happening. अमीर साहब बहुत अच्छा लगा आपसे बात करके. And बहुत बहुत उम्दा गुफ्तगू थी आपकी. I really appreciate. मैं ये जरूर definitely one thing I'll definitely say that I have not read much of your work, but sparingly I have been able to lay hands upon some of the collections of his stories where you figure. So I have read, once I have read entire Amir Hussain, but I have read parts of it and portions of it. So I am guilty of that, and I have confessed that. In spite of that, I've appreciated wherever I have seen your works in the anthologies, here and there. Probably I don't remember the translator's name, but an anthology I read recently, your story figure, it makes a mark. So I'm really.
Do you remember the anthology?
No, I don't remember. It was not published in India, published somewhere else. But one thing which I would like to ask you, if you can take it as a question, we value the translations of Muhammad Umar Mamun, right? Nayyar Masood's translations, for example. अब आप जो बात कह रहे हैं कि नैयर मसूद, the kind of atmosphere that he weaves in his stories, इत्र काफूर को ले लीजिए आप, ये किसी भी कहानी को उठाए. नैयर मसूद is another remarkable short story writer in Urdu, and the kind of condition he creates around this story, वो आपको सी दूसरी दुनिया में लेके चले जाते हैं और आप भटकते रहते हैं और एकाएक कहानी खत्म होती है. Then you realize who you are, if at all you exist. So magic है. You probably don't agree too much with the way Mamun was trying to translate. I thought that he was a good translator. He did his job perfectly well, and he was well versed in the poetry.
He didn't translate most of the stories that were done by his students or by others.
His translations.
Also, Nayyar Masood himself tried as hard as he could. He tried as hard as he could to make his language without particular inflections. He wrote an uninflected language that would sound universal. On the other hand, when you have that story, what's it called? कौन से बाग की मैना?
I'm बोल रहा हूँ उसका नाम. बाग की मैना. There's very symbolic story. I'm forgetting that name. The बाग की मैना, yeah.
But that's full of details, of course, cultural details as well.
Of course, yeah.
But those of us who know them will respond to very, very particularly.
So Nayyar Masood, so do you think that?
I think that Nayyar Masood wrote a universal modernist language in Urdu, or tried to. I have thought, one can go there. Qurratullain Haider sometimes didn't. When she began, she was writing in Urdu, but was very close to English, and then she moved away from that completely, and she became very much in Urdu.
Very true.
Immersed in tradition.
There are three very great examples you have just spoken about. That of Intezar Sa, for example, another kind of a language. And then you have a writer like Ismail Chokhtai that you have quoted. You have a writer like Nayyar Masood. Then you have another writer, I'm just reminded.
I'm sorry, I'm losing your voice slightly. Could you speak up a little?
Louder? So there is another writer I remember, Pakistani short story writer who passed away, doctor. So Anwar Sajjad, for example. Anwar Sajjad. Anwar Sajjad, yes. Now think of these writers. They are different kinds of linguistic treatment. Anwar Sajjad, the kind of language he uses, and I'm talking of these writers, the newer ones, the modernist ones. Nayyar Masood, Anwar Sajjad, Qurratullain Haider, Intezar Sahib. Let's take four. These are four different categories of languages. Now translating them, it's a big challenge for them. And now the question of rhythm. In fact, Nayyar Masood creates magic, and he creates that magic by using the language in a certain style. But if you go to Anwar Sajjad, for example,
sorry, अनीस साहब आपकी आवाज जरा कम आ रही है.
कट रही है क्या? अच्छा, अब अनवर मसूद को लीजिए आप, इनको अनवर सज्जाद को, once he said, and this is the language that I'm quoting from him, कहीं उन्होंने लिखा था, एक हिंदुस्तान का पर्चा था, उसमें उन्होंने somewhere he wrote कि आप अगर इंतजार साहब की जबान को पढ़ें, if you read इंतजार हुसैन's language, तो साहब उबकाई आती है, you feel nausea. She's so romantic और इस कदर nostalgic है, it's not at all real. Now, this is what Anwar Sajjad is saying about one of his contemporaries. So there are varieties. I'm not criticizing that. There's a variety. People write in different ways. They conceive language differently from each other. and they write wonderfully well. Anwar Sajjad was a very, very typical postmodernist that you think of. He's no more. He's no more. He passed away, I think, about 2-3 years ago. But these are the classics. And then there is another set of writers who have just disappeared. For example, Komal, Balraj Komal, wrote wonderful stories, but at a particular point of time, he stopped. He didn't do anything further. I personally greatly appreciate a writer like Surendra Prakash. बर्फ पर मुकालमा की जो कहानियां हैं उनके अंदर, Basgoi, for example, and several other stories that Surendra Prakash wrote. He wrote for films. Now he is trying to divide his own self into two categories. Writing for films is one Surendra Prakash, and writing the stories, Basgoi and such a story. So you have a great variety. For a translator, it's very, very difficult. One who is choosing one author, he can negotiate. But if you are choosing in a particular anthology 5, 6, or 10 authors, you have to don a new garb every time. You have to come up with a new self. Every time you have to be a new Amir Hussain to be able to engage with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 writers. So I don't have much to say except that I greatly appreciate what you said. And these were a few thoughts that came to my mind. I thought I should share with you. बहुत शुक्रिया.
Thank you so much, Anis sir. I think your voice is not very clear to Amir sir.
तो अब मैं क्या करूं? I don't know how to.
No, we were listening to you definitely.
Okay. So no, I just want to.
कुछ सुन रहा हूँ, समझ रहा हूँ, लेकिन कुछ अल्फाज.
Some words also are missed when you translate. So I think when I'm speaking, some words are not reaching out. This is also what happens in translation. That some words remain in between, and some words on the way. Yeah, so that happens. Greatly appreciated, Amir साहब. बहुत मजा आया आपसे बात करके. मेरी बिसात नहीं कि आपसे engage करूं मैं, लेकिन बहुत अच्छा था, बहुत अच्छा लगा.
We have with us Hisham Saab as well. Hisham, if you want to say something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Some people might think that since I'm from Bangla, I don't read Urdu poem. Since I'm from Bangladesh, I don't read Urdu poem, but I must say that I am a great admirer of Urdu poetry. And in fact, for a time being, I tried my hand at writing Urdu poem as well. So Ghalib is definitely a favorite, especially I can remember. I will never forget these lines. Haathon ke lakiron pe mat jaye Ghalib.
No, it's not his. Don't quote. It's not his.
It's not his.
It can't be Ghalib.
Oh.
This is WhatsApp Ghalib.
Oh, all right. Okay.
Yeah. Oh my God! I have not listened to your whole couplet, but 3 words tell me this is not Ghalib.
Oh, all right.
This can't be Ghalib.
Okay. Then I have another person, another poet.
Sorry,
I like
I
so
lost
much.
a bit of that. I had to readjust my settings. So please.
Okay.
It's good for you.
Good for you in a way that he didn't listen to that part of it.
No, I'd love to listen.
I'm corrected. I'm sorry.
Hisham, come forward. Yes, Hisham.
Yes. Then there's another poet, Rahat Indori. I'm a very big fan of Rahat Indori. He writes so well. So I'm going to read out 4 lines from him, and I don't know how to translate this. हर एक हर्फ का अंदाज बदल रखा है, आज से हमने तेरा नाम गजल रखा है, मैंने शाहों की मोहब्बत का भड़ाम तोड़ दिया, मेरे कमरे में भी एक ताजमहल रखा है. So I don't know how someone can translate that in English. I mean, Taj Mahal will not have that same effect in an English reader. And how can I translate ghazal if I just say poem? That will totally destroy the original.
No, I think ghazal has become a part of the English vocabulary now.
Yeah.
Especially in our communities of writers and poets.
Yeah. We are they're including so many Hindi words or Urdu words in the dictionary. So what Amir sir was saying is that the music cannot be lost. I mean, I'm all for it. That is something that I look for in a translation. Actually, I have nothing much more to add to what sir has already said. Just I was sharing my thought about Urdu poetry. And last of all, I would like to read out one of my Urdu poems, if you give me the chance. I don't know whether it is a poem or not. I think you will all will laugh at me, but still I'm going to try. खुदा ने फरमाया इंसान सब मखलूक़ात से बेहतरीन है। खुदा ने फरमाया इंसान सब मखलूक़ात से बेहतरीन है। जो बंदा बेहतरीन न बन पाए होंगे वो इंसान कैसे। जो बंदा बेहतरीन न बन पाए होंगे वो इंसान कैसे। खुदा को झूठा साबित करके ए पागल होंगे इबादत कैसे। That's all.
It's beautiful. I don't see anything to criticize in that.
What I'm trying to say or mean or prove is that I am really a great admirer of Urdu poetry. Or although I was when I was quoting Ghalib, I was not actually quoting Ghalib. And thanks a lot to Anisur sir for correcting me. That was to some extent humiliating.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, but thanks. I stand corrected.
Thank you very much for that contribution. Yeah.
Yeah. Amir said it was also very interesting to listen that how, the sensibilities of Western and Eastern readers differ from each other. As you were speaking about that, the Western idea is to more knowing about who has done it, like man, Ammi, but they want to have these specific, names to it. And we are more interested in what happened. So we are more interested in story side. But I think, yeah, that's so we keep things floating, but they want specifications. That's there. You will.
But unfortunately, many of us, and those translations were done for India. That book was published in India. And Indian readers who have been trained in Western academies had the same kinds of questions that Western readers have. They will ask these questions, like my editors would say, so what place is this? Where is this that he's going from, and where is it that she's come to, etc. Because of the Englit departments that they've been trained in. And I think my mother, having studied English until metric, probably had these questions in her mind as well. I basically don't have a degree in English literature. My degree is in Persian language and linguistics, and with some literature and Urdu literature. And I love this liberation, whether it was Urdu or Japanese, of not having to mention cities and places and so on. But the minute I come into English, I'm in this quandary of specificity. And when I'm released from it, it's great. I think that's sometimes the specific is wonderful, sometimes the vague is just as wonderful.
We have with us Mr. Sanjay Yadav. Sanjay Yadav, sir, if you want to unmute and talk to Amir, sir.
Why has the sound from your side become slightly more muted? I don't know, because my phone is up to its...
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Nehaji. Actually, I'm driving. This has been a mesmerizing talk. I listened to all that Amir sir said, and I like the way, I like when he said that he had to, he had to shed the burden of colonization. So I had posted a question based on that also. How difficult was it for him to shed that colonial burden, given the fact that he had been brought up in England and English might have been the language of his mental makeup as well. So how difficult was his transition when he translated directly from Italian to Urdu? So what kind of experience did he undergo when he bypassed the English language?
No, first of all, I didn't grow up in England. I came to England when I was 15 years old. I was in Pakistan till I was 13, then I studied in India till I was 15, and I did Hindi for my O level or my mock O level, and I got something like a C or B, a pretty good mark for it. So yeah, that's one thing. So the language was in my ear to a huge extent, plus watching endless Hindi movies as I was growing up, listening to endless Hindi songs. Burden was not, for me, it was not a colonial burden, because I don't have the burden of Dickens or Eliot or the two Eliots, George or T.S. I don't have the burden of 19th century literature. I'd probably have the burden of 20th century literature and modernism, but it wasn't a burden for me. English is a language I can kick around like a football. It's a language that I've been using since I was 15. And as a person of color or a post-colonial or a foreigner, I feel I have the right to do things with it that I can't do with Urdu. When I go to Urdu, I feel, or certainly felt when I began, that it had to be to some degree canonical. And also, I was told, write the way you speak because you speak good Urdu. But when I sat down to write my first 2 stories, I couldn't write the way I spoke. What was coming into my head was a lot. The burden of Persian poetry, not of Urdu poetry. So it was, classical and modern Persian poetry. So I think my first 2 Urdu stories were very ornate. They were using words like, let me think of a phrase, supurde khak kiya gaya, or supurde aatish kiya gaya, supurde khak nahi, etc., which I don't say every day. But it was fiction, and I had the right to write on a higher level if I wanted to, etc., etc. As I've gone along, it's become easier and simpler and simpler and easier. And I've actually, through writing in Urdu, I've learned to think in Urdu, and I think in Urdu, and I write in Urdu. And a lot of the time also. But no, the burden was much more about feeling that my command of Urdu was not good enough. Compared to people who had grown up with it and people who had been taught it properly since an early age, how was I going to compete with these people who were going to read my work and who were actually commissioning it, who were Urdu writers and poets? My own mother's Mamu was an Urdu short story writer, and I read a lot of his work as well. It's just that I felt you all know how to write Urdu beautifully. You've written all this stuff, and now you're challenging me to do it. But I'm not challenging you to write in English unless you want to. I mean, Famida Riaz could write very, very well in English. As you all know, Asif Farooqi, those of you who know Asif Farooqi, had a total command of English as well. But his Urdu was certainly much more florid than mine was. He knew a lot more about writing phrases in Urdu. But I had read a lot of Urdu before I started writing Urdu. I'd really read a lot. But when I sat down to write, and by the time I reached my 3rd story, I was using the Urdu that I had heard. So, yeah, that's it. About writing between Italian and Italian and Urdu. Yeah, that was wonderful. That whole thing was not there. I decided I don't need English. I know both these languages very well. Why do I need English? The only time is, as I said, when words like kapanna emerge, which actually translates into bathing huts. What do I do in Urdu? So I quickly asked a friend, would bangle hote hain, sahil samandar pe bangle hote hain, ya samandar ke kinare bangle hote hain, unka kya naam hota hai? She immediately gave me a word for it. That's it. But I just did not use English at all. And I realized I don't need English for this. So I hope that's the answer.
Amir sir, that story you were referring to, trying to recall, that is Taus Chaman Ki Maina.
Taus
Chaman Ki Maina. Yeah. I remember.
The manna from the Peacock Garden.
Yeah. And do you know, this story has inspired another writer from Lucknow who has written another story based on this story.
Oh, really?
Yes. Yeah.
Who is that?
Anis Sahib, he taught in Lucknow University. He was in the Department of Urdu. He's retired from there, and he wrote that story.
Wow. I'd love to read it.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Shall we proceed for feedback session?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So
Yes,
before
ma'am.
that,
Please.
yeah, sir is going to stay with us, or you would like to give away vote of thanks to Ahmed sir? Will stay with us.
Ahmed sir, we are left with a few formalities of the valedictory session. So, will you be with us, or? I mean, you are free.
Another
Feel
15
free
minutes,
to.
yes.
No, I can stay on. How long for?
15 to 20 minutes.
Oh, no, sure.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So, we are moving forward for the feedback session from the participants itself. And for this, without taking much of your time, I would like to invite Dr. Mansoor Mohammed Abdul Gabali from King Khalid University, Saudi Arabia. He is assistant professor of English and comparative literature there. Dr. Mansoor Mohammed. Dr. Mansoor Mohammed, are you around? Okay, I request Dr. Izel Din Almada, assistant professor from Al Nilan University, Khartoum, Sudan. Dr. Izel Din.
Hello, everybody. Yes, just checking my camera.
Okay.
Good evening. Thank you very much, sir, for your very informative paper. And thank you all for inviting me to provide my feedback. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Muhammad Riaz, the principal of Kareem City College, and all the organizers for their tremendous effort to bring out this international web conference in its glamorous shape with regard to the various and insightful papers presented, as well as the knowledgeable presenters in the field of translation, linguistics, and literature. As we are aware of the coronavirus and the lockdown that people experienced all around the world, webinars and conferences, web conferences, became the most effective tool and trend to virtually continue the pursuit of knowledge and the share of experience among academicians and students. Personally, as a participant of this web conference, I have much to be thankful for. This web conference gave me the opportunity to refresh the memory of the early stages of my postgraduate studies in translation, and from which later I shifted to the study of literature. During the past 3 days, and through the papers presented by the teaching experts, I witnessed and experienced the depths and the nuances of the field of translation. The credit goes to Kareem City College and the organizers, and of course the participants. And to be honest, I didn't hear about Kareem City College before this web conference. And in fact, I was in India for almost like 7 years, but I didn't really hear about this college. But this conference was a great opportunity for me to learn about it. And from what I experienced through this conference, I am confident that Kareem City College definitely supports its students to excel, to prepare them towards aspiring future of leadership, different aspects of life, towards different aspects of life. This conference is one of the best web conferences I have ever attended. Like a beam of strong light, it gave me insights into this college. I am sure that this conference reflects the vision and the educational value of this college. And of course, it reflects the intellectual vision of those who run this college. I was requested by Dr. Yahya Ibrahim to provide feedback on this web conference. There is only one point that I want to focus on regarding my feedback. It is the problem of parallel sessions. And it is not only the problem with this seminar. It is normally like existed in most of the seminars around the world. In fact, it is not a problem. As I said, only with this conference. It is a common issue in most of the congested conferences in terms of the big number of papers to be presented. This problem normally leads many participants to miss the interaction and participation in other sessions. But luckily, this web conference is recorded and all the sessions are available online. I think they are available on YouTube. Finally, all in all, the conference proves to be very successful, and I am really impressed with the way the conference is organized, the harmony among the organizers, and the informative and thoughtful papers presented. I look forward for future conferences organized by Karim City College. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Izzeldin Almada, for this generous feedback for
Welcome,
the conference. Yeah. Now, the next participant who is going to give the feedback is Jaspreet Kaur. Jaspreet Kaur, are you around?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. A very good afternoon, all of you. Am I audible?
Yeah, very much.
At the very outset, I congratulate and heartily thank the organizers of Karim City College for this 3-day conference. Kudos to the entire team that in these difficult times brought to us by the pandemic, they managed to organize such an event of excellence. The knowledge gained in these 3 years will remain with me forever. I was heading the English department of Graphic Era Hill University, and when I left my job due to personal reasons, I thought that now it would be very difficult for me to attend conferences, as I have a 3-year-old son who needs me more than at this time than anything else. But when I came across this web conference, my happiness had no bounds. It is said an hour spent in the company of a scholar is worth reading 100 books. When we read something, we cannot get involved in it unless we have great knowledge on the subject. But I realized that when I heard the intellectuals speaking in this conference, I could understand the very essence of their talk. I guess in these 3 days, the company of so many intellectuals together was no less than a great feast. Professor Uday Narayan Singh, sir, beautifully explained us the real meaning of translation, how translation takes us beyond the original language. I derived much pleasure from the lecturer, Anisur Rahman sir, who spoke impromptu, and he rightly said that at times we speak better when we are not prepared for a lecture rather than delivering a prepared lecture. Even the lecture by Harish Narang sir was quite informative, and it cleared many of my doubts regarding translation. I was moved by the lecture given by Kalpana Singh ma'am, who had laid bare the predicaments of the diasporic poets so lucidly, and her efforts for promoting such poets are worth praising. All the lectures delivered in these 3 days were like bouquets of flowers, with flowers of different hues, colors, and fragrances. Whether it was delivered by Dr. Vijay Sharma ma'am, Professor Jaydeep Sarangi sir, Professor Asauddin sir, Professor Hisham Nazir sir, Amir Hussain sir, and all the other dignitaries who had spared their valuable time for this wonderful conference. All the invited intellectuals were highly resourceful, eloquent, and articulate in putting across their viewpoints, which were rich in content, wherein they not only shared their knowledge, but also their wisdom and their lifetime experiences, giving real-life examples of the efforts they had put in their own areas of expertise and the bottlenecks they had faced. This gave the participants an insight on how to overcome such difficulties while in pursuit of their goals and missions, and that is surely going to stand them in a good stead in the times to come. Once again, I would like to thank one and all who organized such a wonderful event and eagerly wait to be a part of such intellectual events in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jaspreet Kaur, for this feedback, and definitely it's going to motivate and encourage us to organize this kind of conferences and seminars, in near future.
And kindly inform. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jaspreet.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Now I'll request Shrishti Kumari who happens to be a student in Karim City College, to give her feedback for this 3-day conference. Srishti?
A very good evening to one and all present here. Finally, we proceed towards the end of this 3-day international web conference, Translation and the Global Identity, Text, Politics and Cultural Studies. And I think by far it has been the best conducted event, and it has motivated and taught us so much that it is so difficult to put it into a few words. Translation for us students by far was only limited to watching a Korean movie with English subtitles. But today we realize how distinct and how different it is, how vast and how dynamic it is. Translation and literature are distinct, but they are still united together. And in one of our guest lectures today said that you should not manually pick up any text in order to get translate it. A text should be compelling enough to call you for translation, and that is what I feel the real theory is behind it. And translation is not as easy as it seems. It requires a lot of efforts, and since it needs to be the exact representation or interpretation of the expressed feelings, words, figures of expression, and most importantly, colloquial and abusive words also are to be represented in the exact manner as the source text. So it is not very easy. It is quite challenging a thing. And I would like to thank the department that it gave the opportunity for us students to present our papers. Also, for the very first time, I presented a research paper today, and the title of my paper was investigating the diverse possible approaches in the linguistic study of translated literary texts. And I'm more than happy because I've always been hearing about presenting papers from my seniors, and I'm really happy for having this opportunity. And besides this, the department, since the pandemic, has constantly tried to put up with such events like Writers Beyond Distance and flash fiction, to inculcate in us the spirit of literature and to keep up with the spirit of literature, because we cannot continue with classroom lectures. And let me just say that nothing is replaceable from a class. Nothing is as equivalent to a classroom lecture. I really miss sitting in the class and attending all of your lectures, but it has obviously opened gates for our students to interact with such stalwarts of literature, not just in India, from all across the globe. And we are really delighted, and I was very happy, and it is so informative, and it really needs time for our students to digest each thing. And thank you once again for conducting such good events constantly. And thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Srishti. And you have really a good reason to be happy that this conference is happening virtually. Otherwise, we would have made you, run from one corner to other if this was happening in the physically and happening in our campus, because that takes a toll. Okay. So now I request, because as Yaya sir usually say that हम अंतिम मरहले में हैं, so we are reaching towards that, and I invite him for the convener's report or note, and of course, as the convener, he needs to express, he wants to express his gratitude towards all the resource persons and participants. Dr. S.M. Yahya Ibrahim sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, yes, I'm here. Before I move ahead to the formal vote of thanks, there is an announcement from the side of our technical working hours in these 3 days that we were here. Even if we would be doing it physically in the campus of Karim City College, in 3 days, we might not have 22 and a half working hours, sorry. So we attracted 1,152 participants. We had 84 abstracts, out of which we had 68 or 69 around paper presentations for divided into 5 technical sessions. Before I move ahead, I would like to thank Amir sir, first of all, for this valedictory session. And Amir sir's affair with language, the phrase that is given by Anisur Rahman sir is beautiful. And Amir sir, आपका वो जुमला, अरे ये झकाझोरी का क्या मतलब होता है? Don't you think that it is similar to that very famous essay by Pratula and Heather? अरे ये बसंत क्या होता है? अम्मा ये बसंत क्या होता है? So it is almost like this is inviting us towards writing an essay or at least a paper on it itself. And Amir sir, we hope that you will come up with a paper on this very sentence itself. अरे ये झकाझोरी का क्या मतलब होता है? So thank you, Amir sir. Thank you so much. And since you were unable to join us in the last 2 days because you had your marriage celebrations there and in your family, so just to tell you and the other audiences and the other participants that as I was saying that we tried to create some discourse on translation. We just tried to develop a sort of a meaningful, discourse between the translation and the local. We talked about text. We talked about identity. We also talked about politics and cultural survival. We were able to create discourses on interpretation, reconstruction, and translation. We talked about ecology and the future of translation. We talked about translation as power and the geopolitics that is involved in it, the socio-linguistic politics that is involved behind translation. We talked about the cultural markers as barriers. We talked about how it is difficult to translate sarcasm in another language, in the target language. We talked about musicality. Your very talk was talking about musicality in translation. So we tried to create that sort of a discourse. We are extremely thankful to Ahmed Hossain sir for delivering the valedictory lecture today. Actually, it was a dream. It was a dream for us as an institution also, as a department also. And it was a dream for us, for me personally also, because, and all thanks to COVID, and all thanks to the pandemic, and all thanks to the virtual thing, that we were able to bring in such grand men and such grand speakers in one conference. I don't think that when we will be doing it somewhere sometime in the campus of Karim City College, we will not be able to bring so many stalwarts of their faith all together within 3 days. So we had Ahmed Hossain sir, extremely thankful of him. We began with Uday Narayan Singh's keynote address. So we are extremely thankful to him also. Anisur Rahman Saab was like a guardian with us for the last 3 days, a great troubleshooter for us in the last 3 days. So we are extremely thankful to him also. We are extremely thankful to Asad Bhai for delivering a keynote, a plenary session. Harish Narang Sahab, Jaideep Sarangi sir, and Nizar Sartavi sir, Kalpana Singh Chetnis, and Hisham M. Nazar, all our resource persons, all our plenary speakers, keynote speakers, and of course, Amir Hossain sir, the valedictory speaker. We are greatly indebted to all these great stalwarts. We are also thankful to our Vice Chancellor, who kindly consented to inaugurate this conference, Professor Gangadhar Panda, the Vice Chancellor of our university. We are also thankful of our principal and the management of our college, Dr. Muhammad Riaz sir, and the management of our college for permitting us to do these kind of things. We are extremely thankful to our chairpersons who chaired our technical sessions, Dr. S.K. Sinha, Dr. Sri Parnadas, Dr. Huma Yaqub, Dr. Nazish Khan, our constant companions, Professor Sanjay Yadav, Professor Naresh Kumar, Professor Afreen Khan, Dr. Ruqayya M.K., Sarfaraz Bhai, so our constant companions. We are also thankful to them also, and of course, a few companions from the college who were a great support for us, Dr. Fakhruddin Ahmed sir, Dr. Qausar Tasneem, and it will be impossible a task for me as a convener, for me as an individual, had I not got the support of our colleagues, the studious troubleshooting and very, what you can say, very leading from the front, support by Dr. Neha Tiwari, the creative and very enthusiastic support by Dr. Bashudhara Roy, our guardian-like figure, Professor A.K. Dash, and not the least, but certainly a very great support in the technical aspects of Mr. Saket Kumar, a young colleague of our department, who did a lot to make this conference possible in the technical way. So whatever we are doing, we were able to do through Google Meet, on whatever we were able to do through, YouTube, was because of the technical expertise of Sake and his team. Those were supporting him. Shubham Tanmay, Jamshed was supporting him, and Salamat was supporting him. So we are extremely thankful to these technical people also, and our photography team. So they took more than 500 photographs. The photography team, Rifsha Hassan, Shakib, and Manish. So more than 500 photographs. So we are extremely thankful to the media also, looked after by Gohar Aziz and Saket once again. So extremely thankful to all the participants, all the paper presenters, and all who have supported us in one way or the other. Thank you so much. Bahut sara shukriya, heartiest thanks and humble greetings. Thank you so much.
आई थिंक जो शुक्रिया में जो जज्बा है वो थैंक यू में आता नहीं, इसीलिए फाइनली आपने शुक्रिया का सहारा लिया. And I think that is what something, you know, all the speakers were telling, that something which is there in your mother tongue, something in which you have played and dreamt, is the language, you know, which you love, and you can do best in it. So thank you so much. By this, we are coming to an end, and difficult to say goodbye, but we have to. We are very much thankful to each and every participant who have taken time and joined us, you know, in all our hours, sometimes 9:30 in the morning, and then in the afternoon when the lunchtime is there all around, or even in the technical sessions they have joined in. So thanks from the organizers side, from Karim City College, and we look forward that one day will come when you all will be there in the Karim City College, and we will be welcoming you. Today, if we are saying, you know, goodbye to you, definitely it is for the good that again we will get the opportunity to welcome you. I'm sure that those who have participated here have benefited from the insight of all the speakers who have joined in and given their best, and even interacted with all the participants, were very open for question answer session. And Amir sir, having you in the concluding session, Anis sir, having you in almost every session, and Hisham, you know, from now onwards, I believe that you are going to be a permanent part of Karim City College seminar conferences. So thank you so much for being with us for these 3 days continuously, round the clock. Anis sir, if you are saying something, you are on mute.
नहीं, मैं कुछ नहीं, सिर्फ आखिरी में ये कह रहा था कि बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका और तमाम लोगों का जो एसोसिएटेड थे इससे. और शुक्रिया बहुत अच्छा लफ्ज़ है, बोलने में भी अच्छा लगता है, इसका साउंड भी अच्छा है और इसके मानी भी अच्छे हैं. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. फिजिकलिटी की बात हम कर रहे थे, यहिया साहब का, नेहा का, सबका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. एवरीवन हु हैज बीन एसोसिएटेड, बसु and Ketan and whosoever. I don't know the names, but I think I can recognize you when we meet next time, even though some years or months pass. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आप सबका.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Once again, बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो आप सबों को.
And नमस्कार.
Thank you.
साहब सबका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. कॉलेज का नाम रोशन करने के.
Thank you so much, Riyaz sir.
Thank you. Riyaz sir, पार्टी बाकी रहेगी.